Well, good afternoon. Great to see you on this edition of Wire to Wire alongside Racing Rachel. Track announcer John G. Dooley. Sunny skies here today.
Mr. Fantastic.
Exactly.
That's our theme this week, isn't it?
Sunny skies here. We get temperatures in the low 70s. Certainly the forecast has changed. Yesterday was more of a drizzly day. We got a peek of the sun on what was an all-main track here yesterday, and that's the case again today for all of you joining us here. And of course, we certainly appreciate all of you tuning in.
Yes, we do.
Main track is labeled muddy to kick off the card. We're off the turf. We've got 10, including a couple of quarter horse stakes at the end of the day.
And I was on my way here, and I went to the good old YouTube live that we have showing our track, and they were opening it up beautifully. Sunny day today, so hopefully someone called it, and I agree. We're probably going to be fast. It's cool, so it's not going to dry out like it normally does, but I'm sure it will be. It's so sunny and nice today.
Yeah. Perfect. Nice forecast. And again, sorry we can't be on that turf course, but just that rain, I mean, pretty much as we went all through yesterday.
And I called it. Remember, I pulled up the radar 100%. And I told him that about 4 or 5 o'clock there'd be another one. It was about 5:30.
Sterling Bertram Memorial, that quarter horse dash over the 400 yards, the first of two stakes. Race 9 at 6:15, and then 6:43 finale. 10th race, that's the Hoosier Park Classic. Looking forward to those. I know our quarter horse racing expert Martha Clausen is as well, to the Sterling Bertram Memorial and the Hoosier Park Classic over the 400 yards to wrap up our 10 race program here today. First race is 2:10 and the finale at Hoosier Park Classic at 6:43, the scheduled post time. Well, we talked about the weather. Good time to check in with Chris at WRTV6 for the official race day course forecast. It says right there on Rachel's huge iPad. Chris, WRTV6.
Connecting our communities with stories that matter. This is a WRTV update.
Well, finally a fall feel at the track today. After yesterday's rain, skies dry out. We're looking at a lot of sunshine through the afternoon. Temperature readings run cooler here, though. Most of us staying below the 70-degree mark. We'll be dry through not only today, but if you're back tomorrow, clear skies, sunshine in place, and high temperatures getting even a little bit cooler here. Most of us landing back in the mid-60s. This pattern will take us through the end of the week before we warm up again next week. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, and we appreciate Bill giving me the paper sheet here today with the Racing Rachel script for today's edition.
Just put on my annual review. I was going to be less scatterbrained, and it doesn't look like it's going so well.
Year in review, by the way, Fernando de la Cruz is doing great here.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
This season now has
what a lead.
92 wins, and going back, Fernando de la Cruz looking to join the ranks of 3-time leading jockeys here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and certainly well on his way here in 2025. A couple of winners on yesterday's card for Fernando de la Cruz. One of them for your pal, one of the
Michelle.
Is that the Real Housewives of Shelbyville? Michelle
yes,
Elliott? Okay.
Michelle Elliott.
Right.
Yeah, the two of us that really don't watch the show, but we just love the girls that are in the group.
That's
so
a show.
It is. We should have our own show, to be completely honest with you, but just a really nice, and I loved vehemently. I saw that sloppy effort, the win a while ago, and I thought, man, if he gets going. And she did say, I was down there with her, and she said that this one is very, very aptly named. Vehemently does everything. Very, very intense horse. So congratulations on the win by many for Michelle.
How do you get vehemently to win?
I don't know.
Just add water.
I
2
love
for
it.
2 on wet tracks
$12.
here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Yeah, nice winner for the
Nice
lead leader,
price.
Fernando de la Cruz. That made 91 here at the meet for Fernando de la Cruz. And then a few races later, fast forwarding to a victory for Mike Maker at 3-1 odds. Here comes Dolce Vino charging off the turn, and Dolce Vino was not for the catching, coming home here to make it a double for Fernando de la Cruz.
Mike Money Maker brings this one in. Not a huge price, but I did want to mention the upset. This horse paid $840. So pretty nice price there on Dolce Vino, and a nice ride by our leading jockey. And then Lauer, how does he, I don't know how he does this sometimes. I was just telling somebody the other day. I see it in the stakes races, but his horses, like I wouldn't have picked that horse. I hadn't seen very much form, from it in a while, but just looked great. The 9 happiest moment in race 6 with Burgos aboard.
Alberto Burgers coming off the riding title here last season and vying for the bronze medal this year with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. A good battle between them. Fernando de la Cruz tops on 92 wins. Joe Ramos, another solid season here. He's about to blow through the 70-win mark with a few weeks left here in this month. And, of course, we go through mid-November. But a nice ride here by Alberto. Gets the victory. Happiest moment for Mike Lauer, Penny Lauer, and those green with the white diamond belt. Silks of the Lauers. Happiest moment indeed it was for those backing happiest moment at 5-1 odds.
Another 1240 upset. And then we went on to race 8, number 7, Inclined. Mitchell Merle, you know, he came down a little bit after he was done with this mount. He beat Tiana by a little bit, and he was down there saying, "You should have rode me, bro." So yeah, it was pretty funny. Congratulations to Mitchell, having a good meet. He's in like top 8, I think, his first year here. So love to see it. Great rider.
On the outside, You Are Not the Farther. That would have been a hat trick of wins for the leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz. It was a battle that came down to a bob. Inclined, by the way, had a seasonal case of second-itis. Got the gold medal yesterday. Inclined under that strong handling by Mitchell Merle.
Yeah, really nice ride for him. It was a great day of racing yesterday, even given the weather. We had nice fields, and today we have some scratches, but again, a good betting card, I believe.
Another good handle yesterday, over $2.3 million. So we certainly appreciate all of our horse players, the fans that joined us here, not only yesterday, Monday to start the race week, and those guests joining us here up in the clubhouse today, or wherever you might be tuning in from. Welcome to Wire here, the pre-race show for racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John Giuduli, racing Rachel. How about the number 10,995? Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen entering today, 5 away from 11,000 career victories.
Yeah, and he's got 4 in today, so this will be kind of telling to see what happens for tomorrow. He's got 3 in Keeneland and 1 in here today in race 5. Stay Beautiful. Having my selections. We'll see how close he can get today, and then we'll really be on it tomorrow. But then, you know, we don't race this weekend, so if he doesn't get close today and possibly have some in tomorrow, then it'll be on someone else, and I'll just have to give that poster to Keith if he wants it.
Vice President and General Manager racing here, Eric Hallstrom.
Track is now good.
Yeah, with a cameo appearance
Tony
on
just
today's
texted
edition
me.
of Wire to Wire. Good track. So we've been upgraded from muddy to good. Again, we remain off the turf course today. So no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3, all main track card. We'll be handicapping for the 10 race program here today. All MT card, main track now upgraded from muddy to good. Good weekend, hopefully, for all of us coming up. We have no live racing. Last Saturday, we had an all quarter horse card with a lot of trials for the Governor's Stake and also the Miss Roxy Little Futurity. And those top 2 trial winners, time-wise, both for Natasha Perez. So looking forward to seeing those horses back
She
for
gotta stop winning 'cause
Natasha in the
she cries and it makes
6th
me
annual
cry.
Indiana Champions Day here on October the 25th. But getting ahead to this weekend, maybe you're looking to pick up a thoroughbred racehorse of your own. Well, perfect time to do it. It is the Itoba Yearling Sale, October 11th. Maybe you're a fan of racing Rachel and you want to, write around a check and pick out a good horse bred here in the Hoosier State.
Do it. Write me a check. I'll buy you a horse.
We know there are a few.
Yeah, we've got some nice
you.
horses, and I did get a little bit of info as well from Dan Spears and Michelle. Michelle already giving me. There's a lot of horses that they have gone for less than 10,000 that have made $200,000 plus. So it's just a really great sale. We have a wonderful program, and I did want to say they have 80 yearlings in the sale, which also, is just a great number for us as well. You be here at 11 o'clock, 55 Indiana. That's funny, Aaron. I just pulled it up. 80 yearlings, 55 Indiana sired, and 25 Indiana breds. Starts at 1 p.m. Definitely check it out. It's a wonderful sale and a great value as well to get a part of Indiana racing. And if you've never done it before, get some friends, come out, talk to some people, and we'll introduce you. It's real easy to get into thoroughbred ownership.
More info at itoba.com. Maybe you too can put on your top hat and tails like Tim Gleishaw did when he went with Bucaro, of course, abroad over to run at Royal Ascot.
I
You
will
think of some of
never
the
get over
Indiana
Gleishaw.
bred greats like Bucaro. How about
And a top
Corningstone
hat.
just became the all-time winningest mare in history here in the Hoosier State, and Piedi Bianchi. So you
Yes.
never know. Go to that Itoba yearling sale. It starts by joining us here on October the 11th. That's this Saturday. Rachel shared you the details. More info at itoba.com. You never know. The next Bucaro might be there on Saturday.
Oh, yeah, and today is the week 23 of Racing Rachel's Warriors, so stop by the first floor. You must be here. Warriors come out to play.
Do you know the two boroughs that were featured in that movie, The Warriors?
No.
Bronx, Coney Island, Brooklyn.
Oh, nice. My New Jersey, New York guy over here.
If you're here in Shelbyville, that's Racing Rachel's Warriors for all of you on-track players today. Every Wednesday, pick your way to $2,000. Of course, we'll have the grand finale here, the final week of the meet. That's on November the 12th, and the curtain will come down on this 2025 season. The next day on Thursday, November 13th. That Monday of closing week, we'll have another edition of Doodley's Legends, where you can pick up the $100 top prize. But this is for all of you joining us here on track. Just simply go to the first floor and pick up your entry for today's contest. That is Racing Rachel's Warriors, all on the road to the $2,000 finale here on the closing week of the meet.
Yep, can't wait to see who gets that top prize of $1,000.
You've been talking about it a lot.
I know, ever since April.
Road to Champions Day also. That's today's contest. Racing Rachel's Warriors for all of you coming out to play. But how about Road to Champions Day, final month for this contest?
It is. It's the final month for the champions. We have a September winner, and now we're going to have the grand finale. It's for a lot of money. You definitely want to get started a long time ago, but we'll still be here. And Veterans Day, too, November 11th. So we got a lot of fun stuff coming up here at the end of the month.
Yeah, and of course, we salute all of our veterans day in and day out, but a special day for you on Veterans Day. We'll be racing here, including a special handicapping contest presented by the Indiana HBPA. That a $2,500 Veterans Day Legends handicapping contest. And again, we often mention about causes that help benefit not only wounded warriors, but veterans that are in need and their families. And we certainly do that here at the track every year on Veterans Day.
Yes, very happy to have a lot of great handicappers raising money for homeless veterans as well.
Let's mention before we get to the final month of the meet, and that'll be the Tuesday, by the way, Veterans Day of closing week. We mentioned the Racing Rachel's Warriors final the next day, and then closing day on the 13th. But as we get to the end of this month, Indiana Champions Day, year in and year out. This is my fourth season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Just a few less than my broadcast partner over here. But speaking of Indiana Champions Day, I know you've enjoyed your share of those, and I certainly have loved it since I've been here. And it's coming up fast. On Saturday, October 25th, we'll have that special post time of 11 a.m. In addition to the brightest thoroughbred and quarter horse stars being featured here. And you think about the quarter horse program here too. I mean, right at the $1 million purse mark for the quarter horse portion of Indiana Champions Day, the 6th annual Indiana Champions Day here on the 25th. But trackside activities will include a cigar rolling station if you want to take a puff, the Magic Mirror selfie station. We know your daughter Ray will be there if you bring her to the track. Food trucks, of course, maybe I'll make my way down there. Maybe Bill, maybe even Aaron if he gets a break between races. Winter Circle Promotions, we know you'll be there, along with, of course, Gino loves that t-shirt toss, and just a terrific lineup from start to
Gino's on
finish.
probation.
Uh-oh.
He's giving away too much, John. I was down there by myself with
never
no
give away too much.
Oh man, he's making it. He's in trouble. I do want to remind you guys really quick. We do have a couple of quarter horse stakes.
Yes.
Sterling Bortram Memorial is in race 9. A very nice group. I think it's 3-1 all day in there in the 9th race.
3-1 all day.
Yes,
All
4 to 5.
All right.
Apolitical Mission is
Wow.
my top pick from the Tim Eggleston barn. Apolitical Jess Dam, and by the Transmission, which is a Freight Train B grandsire. Rolando Pena gets them out, coming off a win. Nice times for him at the distance of 400 yards, which is what we're going today. And then the 10th race, I went with the 3 as well. That is Streaking Down the Beach, this one another. So I've got Tim winning both of the quarter horse stakes today. This one's coming out of winning the Bob Woodard, the Airborne Leader. I mean, it's just, this horse is just a winner.
You're
So
opposing Mr. Michael?
I am. I'm opposing Mr. Michael.
Bold. That's a bold stroke.
I think Streaking Down the
Wow.
Beach has got the edge. I went over him, but a very, very nice Mr. Michael, who's been at Rotama and Remington and running against them. But I am. I'm going to give the edge and the inside, a little bit of the inside advantage to streaking down the beach.
Racing Rachel going for the par 5 in
Yep.
2 for the green. Mr. Michael in the finale. Looking
I'm a
forward to that
par
Hoosier
bogey
Park
player.
Classic. And again, during the 6 o'clock hour, we'll be joined here on the live broadcast by quarter horse racing expert, our friend Martha Clausen. Will be talking about those two, the Sterling Bertram Memorial and the Hoosier Park Classic over the 400 yards to close out the card today. 27 minutes away from the first of the day, really quick. Thanks to our big sponsors, Woodford Reserve, Tequila, Erador, Breed Development, Murphy Trailer Sales, the Winter Circle sponsor racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at the number you see there in the graphic. Also, our Tote Board and Starting Gate sponsor, they are B&H Electric. They've got locations in town, Seymour and Bloomington. They're also on the World Wide Web at www.bh-electric.com. And Indiana's Giant Hubler. Just start up your car, head right down the road. They've got that dealership in town and also in Franklin. They're on the web at drivehubler.com. Social media-wise, we've got you covered. You can reach out to me on X, also Racing Rachel. We talked about Martha Clausen. She'll be along, as I noted, during the 6 o'clock hour, talking about our quarter horse stakes to wrap up the program at 6:15 and 6:43. And Brian Aragoni standing by. He's on X at Mr. B Analyst to talk about the 50 cent early pick 5. Track-wise, we are not only all over social media, on X, on Instagram, and as Rachel mentioned earlier, she was on our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. She was looking at the training, looking at the weather. She had a head start on her handicapping. She knew she was going to handicap perhaps through a muddy, drying out track, which is now good before the first.
Yeah, and see, this is when I really get messed up because I sloppy when I wake up, and then by the time we race, it's fast. And so just throw
Handicapping
my
is
tip
tricky.
sheet in the trash
Handicapping is
today,
tricky.
ladies and gentlemen.
No Dome Stadium here. Go Colts. Go Cubs. All right, quick commercial break here on this Wednesday midweek edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors contest edition. First Floor OTB. It's free to sign up for today's contest for all of you joining us here on track. Quick commercial break here on the program, Wire to Wire, when the show returns. Racing analyst Brian Aragoni talking about the 50 cent early pick 5. Thank you for having us. For
Thank you.
Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley saying bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to the B Block, another off-turf day with that fall-like weather here in Shelbyville, Indiana. Very difficult to get a drying-out track, let alone a drying-out turf course. But our main track is well on its way, originally listed as muddy, now upgraded to good. Hopefully we'll be fast sooner than later. But we are off the turf, unfortunately, again today. So a couple of races scratched off the turf. We've got 10 opportunities to make some money here on a Wednesday. Congratulations to making it midway through your week, and hopefully we will pad that bankroll in here heading into the weekend. We kick it off 23 minutes away on a good main track throughout the entire card. Scratch number 8, filly named Bruz. Now, if you like first-time starters in the way I do, we've got an excellent card for you today, and I love diving into the breeding, love being able to watch some of the workouts over on that KentuckyBred.org as well, and I am thankful that is up and running, as it certainly assists with these first-time starters, and we've got plenty in the opener. 2-year-old fillies bred in the state of Indiana. Gennaro sends out a couple of stablemates down on the inside, and Relentless Chick and Over and Above Nothing really jumping off the page in the win pool at this point. I think the firsters are live, so what I did was fairly easy. I used all 3 inside firsters, 1, 2, 3, and 6, and then used the horse with experience that I fancy the most. Currently favored is Burn Brightly by Isotherm out of Lily Von Schop, who is a broodmare who frankly hasn't been all that successful. The 2 wins have come over cross seas or Puerto Rico, I think, down south as well with Princess Lily. She's 3 for 52 on producing winners, but she does have that bullet workout that the bettors are seeing right now. Over and above is by Unbridled Express out of Miss Blossom, who retired an 0 for 10 mare, but she's been a little bit more productive. She's produced 4 out of 7 winners, winning at 16%, but is winless at first asking. Maybe the most notable is Amazing Gal, who racked up 6 victories, mostly going longer. Currently running for Carl Broberg right now, but maybe over and above will ultimately want to go 2 turns. And then you've got the inside runner, Relentless Chick, a 2-year-old filly gets Gutierrez aboard, who, previously you would think Marcelino gets first call for Gennaro, but Gutierrez has established himself and cemented himself this season in Gennaro's barn, and he's been getting some live mounts as well. Relentless Chick, a half to Lila B, who we consistently see here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So could be a wide open race in here. I'm going to use 3 first-time starters down on the inside, and then the 6th, the horse that I fancy the most with experience, just like Mamie, Evan Roman, Kenny Miller, putting the blinkers on after not showing anything at all just 2 weeks ago. Race number 2, non-winners of 2, stretching it out, going a mile and a 16th, no scratches, no changes. It looks like a 2-horse race on paper between Stranger's Church and Chisel. Fortunately for me, Chisel was just recently, after being 1 for 20, had never been entered to the do not use category. Now Chisel finds himself in the do not use category. Typically what that would mean, it's time for you to use Chisel. If they go to the do not use category and I do not have them on my ticket, maybe it's time for you to jump on. Oftentimes you have the right horse and the wrong race. It could be the case in here, but I've just seen Chisel have so many opportunities, especially last time out. September 16th, Joe Ramos gave him a beautiful trip. They went quick early on. He took back, swung out 5 wide, didn't lose a ton of ground. It was kind of that slingshot move at the top of the lane, and he came with a ton of momentum. At the top of the lane, if I were in the announcer's booth, I would have said, and look at Chisel. He's going right on by. He never did. He just hung and hung and hung and wants to hang with his friends and does not want to pass. So Chisel, likely the horse for you to single, but I'm going to go a different direction in here with Stranger's Church. Exits that same race. Did actually hold off or dead heated with Chisel last time out. It was a race in which anyone could have won. I thought Stranger's Church did all the heavy lifting and continued to fight and battle on right through the wire, where Chisel just could not take advantage of a perfect setup. I think Stranger's Church might be alone on the lead today with the blinkers off. Joe Ramos and Fernando de la Cruz, they swap. Ramos was aboard Chisel last time out, and today he'll be aboard Stranger's Church. Fernando de la Cruz aboard Stranger's Church. Now he's aboard Chisel. Make what you want of that. A lot of people are going to make this very easy. They're going to use both horses. I'm going to key in on one because I'm going to go deep a little bit elsewhere later on in the card. Stranger's Church, the horse for me. I don't think much value in using both horses, but you do what you wish. Race number 3, scratch number 4, Princess Calamoa. Mile and 70 yards in here on a good at main track. 3-year-old fillies and upwards. You've got a couple of Brad Cox trainees, Surprise along with Calamity. I'm going to try and beat them both. Those two are must uses in a lot of cases. Most days I would use them. Second start off the layoff for Calamity, and I thought Calamity last time out wasted the best trip in the history of horse racing. Got an awesome ride by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Did close into it late, but literally one of those races, if you had your money on Calamity, you thought you were winning the entire length of the stretch, and then kind of closed into it very late, but the race was ultimately over. It was a painful one to watch if you were backing Calamity that day. And then Surprise, second start off the layoff, was the beaten favorite in the same race as Calamity and had absolutely no excuse. Went to the lead. Calamity sat off. Surprise went right to the lead, got a fairly easy lead, did battle on, but was never winning, and ultimately had no excuse. Calamity watched a good one, couldn't get the job done. So therefore, I'm going to throw out the A and the Bs, and they're probably going to beat me. Brad Cox is probably going to win race number 3. So if you want to stay alive and that's your goal is to just stay alive, see some whale pace, use the 1 and the 7. I'm going to try and make some money. Miss Authentic, Eddie Keneally, Mitch Miro, a horse who's consistent as they come. turf to dirt, ships in from Colonial, has experience on a wet track, and is 5 for 6 on a fast main track as well. I think there's a ton of upside with the fresh face to this group and a 3-year-old filly. And then Dawn After Dawn. Now ran a very similar race to the 1 and the 7. The times are almost identical. The numbers are identical. The difference is they won by 2 lengths. It was fairly easy, and it was at even money. And now today we're going to get 9-2. Cipriano Contreras, Gutierrez, Manny Esquivel off, Gutierrez aboard. They did beat up on off-turf last time out, but it wasn't just your average off-turf race. It's a 12-horse field. That doesn't happen very often when those races come off the turf. 12-horse field, big field, and absolutely kicked arse that day for Dawn After Dawn. I'm going to key in on the 5 and the 6 in race number 3. We better giddy up here with 16 minutes to post. We've been long-winded on a Wednesday. Scratch number 6, All Bark, No Bite, leaves us with a field of 6 set to go to the gate. I do not like this race one bit. I think there's some fresh faces in here with Sig 45, 15-1, Aaron West, Sammy Bermudez. They're not completely waving the white flag. They are going from maiden special weight down to maiden, claiming, I know this 3-year-old Chestnut by Golden Sense has been a disappointment throughout the season. Once believed to be a very nice animal, went off at 5-1 against Large Pour last season, and Gisoli. Both have gone on to become stakes victors since then. Also went off at 3-1 against Chicory Blaze, who's become one of the nicer 3-year-olds we have on the backside. And this horse took action right into the face of those very talented animals and has been laid off since June 18th. Maybe Sig 45 has figured things out and gets some class relief today. Amigo Meister, 5-2, looks like an animal who just wants to chase. He's beatable in this spot. I'm going to use him because I was able to go light in race number 3. I could easily pitch him if I'm trying to cut my ticket down a little bit. He's been the beaten favorite in 4 out of his 7 races, including 3 races in a row. And my notes from Indiana Derby Day are ultimately that this 3-year-old gelding, at least at this stage of his career, he just wants to chase. He just wants to chase. Like a dog at the dog park, he just wants to chase the leader. He got a ton of class relief the last 2 times out and still did what he did at the maiden special weight level, and that is chase horses all the way around the racetrack. Race number 5, we're going to be on the main track. Plenty of scratches to go through. You've got some horses with some first-time experience in here. 2, 3, and 12. Nothing to get cute in this race. 2, 3, and 12. Joe Sharp could be bringing a live one over from Kentucky Downs. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Stay Beautiful. Fernando de la Cruz aboard. A jockey change in there. Asmussen off. De la Cruz aboard for 3 Chimneys Racing. And Steve Asmussen as he looks for 11,000 wins. Unbelievable. I can't even imagine that. Kelsey Danner with a first-time starter, a 2-year-old filly by Vino Rosso and Joe Ramos. The mare was all turf, but she's produced some good ones, including Game Stonks, who's been running recently over at Parks as well. So if you're a degenerate like me, you're familiar with Game Stonks. But I apologize for taking so much time today because I have cut in to the very important scratches and changes of the best in the business. John G. Dooley set to take it over. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 10 races carded. A couple of quarter horse stakes, the Sterling Bertram Memorial and the Hoosier Park Classic to close out the 10-race card. The main track labeled good under partly cloudy skies. Upper 60, low 70s temperature-wise. Roth the turf. All main track card. Main track good at kickoff if you have your programs close by. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Sprint. To start the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card, scratch number 8, filly named Bruise. Number 8, filly named Bruise has been scratched. The second race, start to the $1 early pick 4. No changes to pass along. No changes in race 2. On to the third we go. And here in the third, scratch number 4, Princess Calamo. Number 4, Princess Calamo has been scratched. A couple of rider changes. Number 2, Ariana's Pearl will be ridden by Luis Contreras. Luis Contreras on the 2, Ariana's Pearl. Number 3, Castagna, a change of jockey to Oscar Villarreal. Waive the apprentice allowance, corrected weight 125. Oscar Villarreal rides the 3. Castagna, scratch the 4. Race 4 of 10 carded. Start here the 50-cent late pick 5. Scratch number 4, Amigo Meister. Number 4, Amigo Meister, has been scratched. In the 5th race, Maiden Turf scratched the 1 improved position, 4 justifiable steal, 5 spastic bid, 6 Leah's first, 8 do not fear, scratch 9 it's fine, 11 Union Empress, and the 14 Candles Legacy. There's no $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Maiden on the main track, 1 mile and 70 yards, scratch 1-4, 5-6, 8-9, 11, and the number 14. In the 6th race, scratch number 1, Little Miss Touch Me Not, and the 3, Runway Showstopper. There'll be no 10-cent grand high 5. No pentafecta, scratch 1 and 3. For Charitable Home, a change of jockey to Joel Albornoz, riding for Charitable Home, owned and trained by James Egbert, ownership correction there. In the 7th race, Maiden Juvenile off the turf. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 6, Strong. Take out number 7, It's Final. The 8, Hamonapatra. Scratch 12, Ghost Tales. And take out the 13, Spun Legacy. Scratch the 6, 7, 8, 12, and the 13. Here are a couple of jockey changes. The 1 Leonardo, the rider will be Luis Contreras. Luis Contreras rides number 1 Leonardo. 9 Come Out Tonight. The jockey there, the meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz, with 92 wins here this season. Fernando de la Cruz rides the 9 Come Out Tonight. In the 8th race, off the turf, main track over the mile and 16th, scratch 3 State of Joy, 5 Spotty Showers, 6 Swan House, 9 Razzle Red, scratch 10 Purring, 11 Princess Buttercup, scratch the 12 Sheila's Lion, 15 Birdie Rose, and 16 Star Blessing. Race 8, main track over the mile and 16th, scratch the 3-5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, and the number 16. Race 9, the first of our 2 quarter horse stakes, the Sterling Bertram Memorial. Over the 400 yards in the 9th, no changes. 10th race at 6:43. The 400-yard Hoosier Park Classic. No changes in the 10th. Ladies and gentlemen, for a moment, going back to the 4th race, just to show you in the 4th race, there is in fact a scratch. The 4th race, there it is, that's confirmed. 6 All Bark, No Bite, has been scratched. There's no other scratches there in the 4th race maiden. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 all run. 4th race maiden starts the late pick 5. Again, the only scratch here is the 6 All Bark, No Bite. 4th race, only scratch the 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 run. Horses in the walking ring for the Maiden Juvenile Fillies Sprint Opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Partly cloudy. Upper 60, low 70 degree range. Temperature-wise, all main track hard. Main track good to start. And we'll have the Sprint Opener due off in just 8 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses called postward for the first race. Top of the card with a maiden juvenile filly sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Number 8, filly named Bruise, has been scratched. Scratch the 8, filly named Bruise. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here we start our rolling doubles. 50-cent pick 3s and the 50-cent early pick 5 starts here. It's an all main track card today. We're off the turf. Main track good at kickoff. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Last call for the 50-cent early pick 5 starts here with the maiden juvenile filly sprint. All main track hard, main track good on final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Jose Gutierrez with Relentless Chick. The newcomer went in well. Alberto Burgos with Doodle has joined Relentless Chick. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. over and above, making her bow. Over and above drew 2. Rodney Prescott with Suchi Song loaded. Over and above has gone all in. Evan Roman with Just Like Mamie. At 5.5 furlongs. Luis Contreras with Burn Brightly. Just Like Mamie, blind with the black stars on the sleeves. Now Burn Brightly. One more, one of the 4 first-time starters, Sparkle Justice. Jose Romero for leading trainer Randy Klopp with 47 wins here this season. All 9 races today on the main track. Main track good to start. First of the day, they're in the gate. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Shushi Song. Nearest the inside, here's Relentless Chick showing good debut speed for Jose Gutierrez to head them off. It's Relentless Chick. Leads here by 3/4 length to Just Like Mamie, who pursues. Over and above is running in third with the newcomer Sparkle Justice running a wide fourth. Doodle in the white cap is fifth. With to the inside, Burn Brightly running second to last. And Suchi Song trails here in the Wednesday opener. They round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go, aiming for Relentless Chick. The quarter, 22.58 seconds. Relentless Chick spearheads them, coming toward the quarter pole from Just Like Mamie. Over and above, third on the outside. Doodle running in fourth. Burn Brightly looks to engage from fifth. Then Sparkle Justice and Suchi Song as these maiden 2-year-old fillies straighten away. And toward the inside, Relentless Chick is holding on to this lead. Relentless Chick getting those left-handers from the apprentice. And Relentless Chick leads over and above by 5. But now deep in the final furlong. Then Doodle Just Like Mamie. And toward the inside, Suchi Song. They're close to home, and she's run away with it. Relentless Chick with a first out success by a half dozen lengths from over and above. And Doodle edges out Just Like Mamie and Suchi Song for third. .106.17 after the maiden juvenile fillies dash. 106.17. 1, 2, 4, 6, 1 Relentless Chick. 2 to 1 first. 2 over and above. 5 to 1 the runner-up making her bow. 4 Doodle. 23 to 1 third. Over 6 Just Like Mamie fourth. Suchi Song fifth. 1-2-4-6 and the 5. 106.17, good track. First time starter, Relentless Chick. Jose Gutierrez for Gennaro Garcia, a Southwest Racing Stables. Lori Murphy, Bruce Murphy win. Relentless Chick at 2-1, the co-favorite home. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the one Relentless Chick with Jose Gutierrez. Relentless Chick is a 2-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Shagaff. Out of the Orb mare, Moon Mining. For Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Lori Murphy, Bruce Murphy, in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, Relentless Chick at 2-1. Result official. First results in, 1-2 exacta paid $28.60. 50-cent trifecta, 1-2-4, $73.45. Just like Mamie ran fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 1-2-4-6, $53.02. Top of the card, the 8 was a non-runner in the maiden juvenile filly sprint. Relentless Chick was a joint 2-1 favorite. First, 7 ran, good track, 106.17. 24 minutes away, race 2 of 10 carded on all main track card. No changes in the next one. Race 2, all 7 run. No changes in race 2. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the $1 early pick 4. Post time will be at 2:44 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the maiden juvenile filly sprint. Hope you had a bet on Relentless Chick. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast start for Suchi Song. Nearest the inside, here's Relentless Chick showing good debut speed for Jose Gutierrez to head them off. It's Relentless Chick. Leads here by 3/4 length to Just Like Mamie, who pursues. Over and above is running in third with the newcomer Sparkle Justice running a wide fourth. Doodle in the white cap is fifth. With to the inside, Burn Brightly running second to last. And Suchi Song trails here in the Wednesday opener. They round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go, aiming for Relentless Chick. The quarter, 22.58 seconds. Relentless Chick spearheads them, coming toward the quarter pole from Just Like Mamie, over and above third on the outside. Doodle running in fourth. Burn Brightly looks to engage from fifth. Then Sparkle Justice and Suchi Song as these maiden 2-year-old fillies straighten away. And toward the inside, Relentless Chick is holding on to this lead. Relentless Chick getting those left-handers from the apprentice. And Relentless Chick leads over and above by 5. But now deep in the final furlong. Then Doodle Just Like Mamie, and toward the inside, Suchi Song. They're close to home, and she's run away with it. Relentless Chick with a first out success by a half dozen lengths from over and above. And Doodle edges out Just Like Mamie and Suchi Song for third.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
And the first race goes to the Bug Boy, Jose Gutierrez for Gennaro Garcia. We're going to talk about race 2. We're just 8 minutes to post here. The 7 is the favorite. We don't have any scratches in here. This is a 3-year-old and up claiming for 20. These are for Indiana breds. A mile and a 16th on the dirt. And just a really nice group. I'm going to go 3-7-1 though. I've got a couple races today where I think there's going to be some heavy favorites, and I'm going to go against them, especially in the quarter horse race. John called me out for going against Mr. Michael, but in here, I'm going to go with Stranger's Crush. This is a 3-year-old gelding who is going to get Mr. Joe Ramos in the irons, I believe for the first time. I'm 99% sure about that. Danny had a nice winner on the card the other day. He's been consistently cranking them out every week, every other week about for a while now. This one had a nice speed figure, a couple back of 73 on July 30th at a mile. Last time put up a 69, second by a head. Chiseled was in there. Kind of a similar race, but they're taking the blinkers off. This horse has raced with blinkers the last 3 races, and we're going to take them back off. So I kind of looked at some of the ones where he didn't have blinkers and broke the maiden at Hawthorne last October without blinkers. Didn't do much then. They put the blinkers on and got second. So maybe he just needs to switch it up a little bit. But I'm going to go with Stranger's Crush here on top. And then I'll go with the current favorite at 2-1. That is Chisel. Gets our leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz, aboard here, who got a double yesterday on the card. Some nice upsets for Fernando. He's riding here for Randy Klopp and Mr. Roger Spieth. They have both bred and own this 5-year-old gelding, and also put up a 69 in the last race at a mile and 70, the same race that Stranger's Crush was in. And Chisel actually beat, was that a dead heat? I think, no, by a head, sorry. And then ran second versus similar. Obviously, Fernando and Klopp are top connections, and they're just doing great together. In the last about 10, I think they've had 4 or 5. Well, after yesterday, no, none of them were for Klopp. So I think it's about 4 in the money finishes in the last kind of week of racing. And then I'm going to round it out with the 1. Let's go to the rail. House of Gold. Miss Tiana Richardville is the trainer here in this race for a 3-year-old gelding that gets Mitchell Merle aboard. I'll tell you guys a funny story. Mitchell came after his mounts yesterday to under the awning to sit with us, and he was like, "Should have put me on that race, Tiana." And now he's on this one. It's coming out of a claiming for 20, same class. So my other 2, they've been Stranger's Crush wasn't a claiming for 20, and they both were, but they've got form and allowance races. This guy's been in claiming for a while. He broke the main at 15, and then he went to Aaron's barn to Tiana's, and now claiming for 20. He got a 3rd last time. That was no easy race. So he's got, early speed, and he's on the inside. Horses are headed to the track for the 2nd here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm going to go against the favorite Chiseled with Stranger's Crush, and then I'm going to add a little bit of Tiana to round out the try. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 2nd race. Carded over the mile and a 16th, a field of 7. No program changes to report. All 7 run. Race 2 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Start here the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Main track remains labeled good. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Now less than 1 minute away from post time starts the $1 early pick four. At hand, all main track card, main track good, less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of the starter, Mitch Morrow with House of Gold. First of 7 to move into the starting gate, House of Gold. Einstein's Ghost, Jose Gutierrez riding for the early double. Now Sammy Bermudez with Mox Sneaks. Evan Roman with Whiskey Tristan the Red. Alberto Burgos and Rocadora. Joe Ramos, Stranger's Church. Stranger's Church still defies those stall handlers. Stranger's Church, joint 3-2 favorite with Chisel, standing by to load. 5-1 on House of Gold was first into the starting gate. Now Stranger's Church has gone all in. Rocadora for the Holiday 16th, one more. Leading up Chisel. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 92 victories here at the meet. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. They're off. Toward the inside, Stranger's Church with Mox Neats showing early speed, and House of Gold right there now from the rail for Mitchell Murrell, and Whiskey Trist also with an early charge as they enter the first turn. House of Gold with the rail and Whiskey Trist vying for the early lead with 7 furlongs to run. From a close-up, Mox Neeks, who's running in third as these leaders go to the back of the track, where Whiskey Trist is now the overall leader for Evan Roman. Then it's a break of 3 to Chisel, racing inside of Stranger's Church. Einstein's Ghost is running second to last and beaten for speed. Rocadora trails. The opening quarter, 23.33 seconds. It's Whiskey Trist. So Whiskey Trist out in front as a 29-1 target with House of Gold right there between horses. In the meantime, Samir Bermudez and Mox Neeks is racing 3 deep uncovered as Chisel the Gray gains toward the inside parts of the track now for Fernando de la Cruz, and Chisel is right there in the hunt. Stranger's Church, it's a length and a half to Einstein's Ghost, who's running second to last, and Rocadora remains last of the lot, half mile, 48.23 seconds. They round the far turn, House of Gold, as Mox Neeks ranges up on the outside, and Stranger's Church is on the move for Joe Ramos, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Chisel toward the inside is also right there, the leading quartet on the edge of the quarter pole, where Stranger's Church is sweeping, and then comes Einstein's Ghost in 5th. Rocador just picked up Whiskey Trist to lead, but has dropped back as they straighten away. Stranger's Church sweeping after Chisel. Mox sneaks between horses, tries to rally on. 3/4, a few ticks over 114. Final furlong. Strangers Church chiseled toward the inside. These two pass the 16th neck and neck from Mock sneaks in toward the inside. Einstein's Ghost. They're close to home with Joe Ramos. Strangers Church, and Strangers Church has won it. Chisel another silver medal. Einstein's Ghost was third. Mock sneaks back and forth. Three, 7, and then a photo for third, 146.60. 3, Strangers Church at 3 to 5 first. 7, Chisel at 2 to 1 was second. Third's a photo. Please hold all tickets until official, 146.60. Joe Ramos for Danny Simpson. Another winner this week for Louis Roussel III. It's Strangers Church at 3 to 5. The judges have posted number 4, Einstein's Ghost at 13 to 1/3, 2, Mock Sneaks at 12 to 1/4, 3, 7, 4, 2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, race 2 official. 3, Strangers Church with Joe Ramos. Strangers Church is a 3-year-old. Dark Bear Brown gelding by Unified. The Giants Causeway mare, Glorious. Another win this week here for Danny Simpson and Mr. Louie. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Strangers Church. $3.40 to win as the off favorite. 3-7 exacta, $8.40. 50-cent trifecta, 374, $9.50. 1-3 opening double, combining Relentless Chick with Strangers Church, and even $17. Mox Neeks fourth, 10-cent superfecta, paid $5.63. Winner was claimed. Strangers Church for $20,000, claimed by new owner and trainer. Vying for the training title here this season, John Herron claimed the winner, Strangers Church. Favorite first, all 7 ran, 146.60, good track. Third race, scratch the 4, Princess Calamo. Third race ahead, scratch from the allowance, the 4, Princess Calamo. A couple of jockey changes. The 2, Ariana's Pearl, will be ridden by Luis Contreras. Luis Contreras on 2, Ariana's Pearl. The 3, Castagna, make the rider Oscar Villarreal. Wave the apprentice allowance, 125 corrected weight there. Oscar Villarreal. On 3, Castagna, scratch 4. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 3:16. Oscar Villarreal. Waive the apprentice allowance, 120. Please note, the main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis now upgraded from good to fast. Race 3, post time 3:16, all main track card, we're off the turf. The main track now has been upgraded to fast. Here comes a race replay. They're off. Toward the inside, Stranger's Church with Mox Neats showing early speed, and House of Gold right there now from the rail for Mitchell Murrell, and Whiskey Trist also with an early charge as they enter the first turn. House of Gold with the rail, and Whiskey Trist vying for the early lead with 7 furlongs to run. From a close-up, Mox Neats, who's running in third as these leaders go to the back of the track, where Whiskey Trist is now the overall leader for Evan Roman. Then it's a break of 3 to Chisel, racing inside of Stranger's Church. Einstein's Ghost is running second to last and beaten for speed. Rocador trails. The opening quarter, 23.33 seconds. It's Whiskey Trist. So Whiskey Trist out in front as a 29-1 target with House of Gold right there between horses. In the meantime, Samir Bermudez and Mox Neeks is racing 3 deep on covered as Chisel the Gray gains toward the inside parts of the track now for Fernando de la Cruz, and Chisel is right there in the hunt. Stranger's Church, it's a length and a half to Einstein's Ghost, who's running second to last, and Rocadora remains last of the lot, half mile, 48.23 seconds. They round the far turn, House of Gold, as Mox Neeks ranges up on the outside, and Stranger's Church is on the move for Joe Ramos, but now with inside 3 furlongs to go. Chisel toward the inside is also right there, the leading quartet on the edge of the quarter pole, where Stranger's Church is sweeping, and then comes Einstein's Ghost in 5th. Rocador just picked up Whiskey Trist to lead, but has dropped back as they straighten away. Stranger's Church sweeping after Chisel. Mock sneaks between horses, tries to rally on. 3/4, a few ticks over 114. Final furlong. Stranger's Church, Chisel toward the inside. These two pass the 16th neck and neck from Mock sneaks in toward the inside. Einstein's Ghost. They're close to home with Joe Ramos. Stranger's Church, and Stranger's Church has won it. Chisel another silver medal. Einstein's Ghost was third. Mock sneaks back and forth.
10 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. What a beautiful fall day. It's cool, it's sunny, and Danny Simpson, oh, I'm so sorry, Danny won the second race very nicely, I might add, with Mr. Ramos aboard. I set the 3 over the 7, and it happened. How lucky are we? Let's talk about this third race. 10 minutes to this allowance. It is an entry level. We've got horses in here. It's an A-Otherland, so there's a couple in here that have won a few races, mostly one. But, we've got a Brad Cox horse in here that looks really good that I put in. But, again, going against that one to the 7. Calamity is my top pick here. So there's a couple of Brad Cox horses, and usually it's the other Brad Cox, I'm telling you. I don't know who's going to be the favorite here between the 1 and the 7, but I love the 7. It's a Calumet farm-owned daughter of Gun Runner. She was a $200,000 purchase, and she's ran 9 times in her life, 6 of them in the money. 1 win, 3 seconds, and 2 thirds. She loves to get second, honestly. Malibu Moon Dam. She's just kind of finally, since Ricky got her here in Indiana, he had a nice third. First out in Indiana on May 19th. Then she won by 5.5 when it came off on June 16th at 1.70 miles, which is the distance today at this race. So she likes this distance. I think she likes this level. She was in a very similar race on September 8th that she was just beaten a length by She's a Little Stinker. Surprise, the 1 was in there as well. Stablemate, that was a 6-horse field. Today we have another 6-horse field because the 4 is out of this race. I just think that she's got the good kind of tuck in and run. She has won close to the pace, and she broke the maiden, or I'm sorry, she was that nice second at Oaklawn at 1.16 miles in April. She was last by almost 8 lengths. She dropped in the upper stretch and just went, and it ended up being a dead heat actually, but just a really, really nice filly that I think, they've got her just in a nice spot. She had a sharp work as well. Actually, after that September 8th try, she put in one on September 26th on a good track, 4 furlongs, 48.2. And then October 3rd, so just a few days ago, Ricky put a work on her, 4 furlongs, 48.4, breezing 8 of 38. So I'm going to go Calamity here on top. And then let's go to the 5, who is the 2-1 favorite, Miss Authentic. Miss Authentic gets Mitchell Murrow aboard, and Mitchell having a really nice day yesterday with a win, and he had a nice double, I think, last week as well. Eddie Keneally brings this filly by Authentic. She was a $300,000 purchase in 2023, and Pollard's Vision is Vertical Vision. She has made 8 lifetime starts, so this is her 9th lifetime start, very similar. She is 6 of 8, so she's only been out of the money a couple times, and I think she had an excuse for those. One was the slop at Keeneland. The other was the debut at 120. It was just a little bit much for her. But she broke the maiden at 70 at Colonial on July 17th. They've given her a little bit of time off. She came back September 1st, and that was at Colonial as well, 1 mile and a 16th in allowance. She was third, only beaten a length in that race, and the second place finisher came back to win next out. She has the highest last race speed figure, which was 82, and she's getting back to dirt today, which is where she broke the maiden on July 17th. And she's also going down to 1 mile and 70. Now, she did run here. That was back on May 19th. And she ran at 1 mile and 70. And she was second ahead. She was so close to breaking her maiden here. Not the case. But, Eddie ships a lot of horses. And he's 25% there. He's 20% for the year. Turf to dirt, he's got nice numbers. Allowance ranks, he's got nice numbers. So Miss Authentic, just a real nice filly. I think she's gonna be tough in here, but definitely giving the edge to the 7. And then I've got Ricky's other horse, 3-year-old filly, Good Magic. By Good Magic is making her 5th lifetime start. She just broke the maiden here on July 3rd. Then they put her in allowance September 8th. Missed by a length for third, like I said, in that race with Calamity. Obviously, getting the leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz is a plus, and they've had nothing but success together the last two. She's been the better's favorite in her last two races. Not the case here is the 5, going off at 2-1. Jockeys are legged up. Horses are headed to the track for the 3rd. Good luck.
The fillies stepping onto the track now for the 3rd race. This race carded at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 6. Scratch #4, Princess Calamo. Scratch #4, Princess Calamo. Number 2, Ariana's Pearl, a jockey change to Luis Contreras here on the 2. Ariana's Pearl. And 3, Castagna, a jockey change for this filly to Oscar Villarreal. Weight correction, 125, Wave the Bug. Oscar Villarreal on 3. There she is, Castagna. The 4's a non-runner. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Track fast. 3 minutes. 2 post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Fernando de la Cruz with Surprise. The first filly into the starting gate. Luis Contreras, Ariana's Pearl coming up. Royal Blue with the gold. Joins Surprise. Oscar Villarreal with Castagna. Now Mitchell Murrell with Miss Authentic. Dawn After Dawn, Jose Gutierrez won the opener. Relentless Chick and Stranger's Church are first two winners. Main track upgraded from good to fast, and one more. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Calamity. Like Surprise, both are Brad Cox. At 1 mile and 70 yards. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off to an even start. Castagna sharply away with Surprise toward the inside. Ariana's Pearl settles, and on the outside, Dawn After Dawn with an early run. Miss Authentic and Calamity has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn with Fernando de la Cruz. Surprise has pole position. Surprise out in front of Castagna at the 6.5. On the outside is Dawn After Dawn, who's up into third. Ariana's Pearl running in fourth by 3/4 length. Then Miss Authentic and another length and a half to Calamity, who's last as these fillies go up the back of this now fast track being led by Surprise. Quarter 23.66 seconds. Surprise, flanked by Castagna, who's right there with the front runner for Oscar Villarreal. It's one more to a wide Dawn After Dawn in third. To the inside is Ariana's Pearl looking to make headway now for Luis Contreras. Miss Authentic is in behind fillies, and Calamity in the black and gold chevrons remains last. The front runner still Surprise. Her half mile, 47.88, steady as she goes. Surprise leads for Fernando. 3 furlongs to go as Castagna is now being ridden to assert Surprise with a 3-length edge. As to the inside, Ariana's Pearl now gains second from Castagna. On the outside, here's Calamity, and she's on the move in company with Miss Authentic between fillies as they straighten away at Surprise. Chased by Miss Authentic, chased by Calamity on the outside. They straightened away 3/4 in 1 minute 13.13 seconds. 1 furlong to go for Surprise as Miss Authentic is coming with a long run now for Mitchell Murrell, and she's taken the lead. Miss Authentic from Surprise. Calamity is back in third. They're close to home, and it's Miss Authentic. Miss Authentic, a going away winner by nearly 5 from Calamity and Surprise. Dawn After Dawn finished fourth. 113.13 seconds after the running of race 3. First number 5, Miss Authentic at 2-1. The judges have called for a place photo between the Brad Cox pair. Clear-cut win for Miss Authentic. Number 7, Calamity in the black cap. Second by a short head over 1, Surprise at 8-5 third. 6, Dawn After Dawn getting into the frame at 3-1. Mitchell for Eddie Keneally. Twin Oaks Bloodstock, the daughter of Authentic. She's Miss Authentic. She's a 2-1 second choice home. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Miss Authentic with Mitchell. Miss Authentic is a 3-year-old bay filly by Authentic and a vertical vision by Pollard's Vision. Eddie Keneally trains for Mark Gunderson's Twin Oaks Bloodstock LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Miss Authentic. It's official. Bet Mitch. Get 2-1. $142.47 for the 1 mile and 70 yards after the fillies. $142.47 the final. Results in 5-7. The Exacta combining Miss Authentic with Calamity. Edged out Surprise third. Dawn After Dawn fourth. The Exacta paid $23.80. 50-cent trifecta, $10.20. 3-5 double, $22.60. The 10-cent superfecta, 5716 coming back, $3.81. And the first pick 3 on the card. 1 and/or 8 with the 3 with the 5 Miss Authentic paid out $16.70. 6 face the starter, 142.47 fast track. 22 minutes ahead. 4th race maiden. Scratch the 6, all bark, no bite. There are no other changes. There's only one scratch. 4th race maiden. Scratch the 6, all bark, no bite. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. The pick 5s here daily feature the low 11.99% takeout on the pick 5s. Fast track, post time 348. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off to an even start. Castagna sharply away with Surprise toward the inside. Ariana's Pearl settles, and on the outside, Dawn After Dawn with an early run. Miss Authentic and Calamity has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn with Fernando de la Cruz. Surprise has pole position. Surprise out in front of Castagna at the 6.5. On the outside is Dawn After Dawn, who's up into third. Ariana's Pearl running in fourth by 3/4 length. Then Miss Authentic and another length and a half to Calamity, who's last as these fillies go up the back of this now. Fast track being led by Surprise. Quarter 23.66 seconds. Surprise flanked by Castagna, who's right there with the front runner for Oscar Villarreal. It's one more to a wide Dawn After Dawn in third. Through the inside is Ariana's Pearl looking to make headway now for Luis Contreras. Miss Authentic is in behind Phillies, and Calamity in the black and gold chevrons remains last. The front runner still Surprise. Her half mile, 47.88, steady as she goes. Surprise leads for Fernando. 3 furlongs to go as Castagna is now being ridden to assert Surprise with a 3-length edge. As to the inside, Ariana's Pearl now gains second from Castagna. On the outside, here's Calamity, and she's on the move in company with Miss Authentic between fillies as they straighten away at Surprise. Chased by Miss Authentic, chased by Calamity on the outside. They straightened away 3/4 in 1 minute 13.13 seconds. 1 furlong to go for Surprise as Miss Authentic is coming with a long run now for Mitchell Merle, and she's taken the lead. Miss Authentic from Surprise. Calamity is back in third. They're close to home, and it's Miss Authentic. Miss Authentic, a going away winner by nearly 5 from Calamity and Surprise. Dawn After Dawn finished fourth. They're in the gate.
11 minutes to the fourth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This does start the late fire pick 5 on race 4. We're going to start here with a 1.70 mile dirt race, maiden claiming for $20,000. This is for registered Indiana brides, and right now, the scratch of the 6 in here, the 2, the current favorite. I've been going against the favorites all day. It didn't work out for me very well in the last race. I did have the try box, which was good, but it's been a very good day of racing here. The last race was won by Mitchell Merle and Mr. Eddie Keneally. Brad got second and third in that race, Mr. Brad Cox. Let's kick things off in this race with the 7, though, is where I'm going to go. And it's 3-1. In this fourth race, other than the 6 being out, we don't have any other changes. So I'll take one less on the inside of my top selection. Rodney Prescott aboard here for Rob Dobbs, 2 veterans of the Indiana circuit. 3-year-old gelding by Mucho Macho Man and a Giant's Causeway Dam. I love the breeding on this gelding. Now, he's raced 4 times. He's had a second and a third. He got close at 1.70 miles and 1.16 miles. One was on a good track. Now, we've been upgraded to fast. But he did get close in both of those. Then we went to just the flat mile on the turf one time. I don't really have an excuse for July 5th, but definitely a horse that I think is going to benefit. I mean, any horse would benefit from a drop down in class, but I just think he's been running up some tough ones. And Amigo Meister ran with him as well. And Mitchell, he's looking at maybe a double in here with the 4. He's got an okay shot, but I went in here 7-4-2. So as I just mentioned, Amigo Meister, let's just go ahead and go to him. 7 looks great, though, in the paddock. Taking 2 people to keep him, but he's on his toes and looks phenomenal. The 2 is the favorite, but I'm going to go with the 4 in my exacta spot. Amigo Meister gets Mitchell Merle aboard. I just tweeted out or posted on X. Mitchell, that boy's heating up over there. He is really, really riding in this last part of the meet. I think anytime you come to a new track, it takes a while. He started out right off the bat for Tim Eggleston, who he's riding here for, and I think it just got to show everybody, getting to know everyone here and stuff. He's got some live ones coming up here at the end of the meet. 3-year-old gelding, who's making its 8th lifetime start, a 2nd and 2/3. Now, this guy already did the big drop, and it's really funny when you look at his running lines. At a mile, he was 3rd. 1 mile and 16th back in June, he was 2nd. And he was in those maiden special weights. They drop him down, and he did even worse than when he was in maidens. You try to go through and figure out what it could be. He did have a couple of bad trips and then an awkward start, but he did catch the slop in one of them, which he did fine. He shot for the lead, ended up 3rd, but he's been the better's favorite in the last 3 races. He's not here today. It looks like it's going to stay on the 2, but just a really nice shot in a maiden claiming for 20. I think he just needs the right trip. And Mitchell's been on him. He's probably figured him out. He's got like a stalking kind of running style, which I think will benefit him today. And then we'll go to the favorite, the 2, Sig 45. Sig 45 is, as soon as I say that's going to stay with the 2 is the favorite, it goes to the 7. But this one is trained by Aaron West. Had a nice winner yesterday, Aaron. 3-year-old gelding by Golden Sense. Sammy B up for him, which is a switch. He's ridden this horse last year a couple times. But look at Aaron's stats. Now, this horse ran on Lasix last time, and I don't know. He stumbled at the start, and that was it for him. He just tracked and went around and, didn't even kind of participate in that race. So, but he's running for the 2nd time on Lasix. He's 16% there. He's dropping in class, maiden to maiden claiming. Aaron's 21%. He's had a little bit of time off since that race, June 18th. So off of 3 months plus away, he's also 16%. He's 25% for the meet. And then put nice work on her here on just September 30th, 4 furlongs, 48-2, breezing 6-31. September 11th work wasn't bad at all, 49-1. So had some time off. Sig 45, I think, coming back. Gets back Sammy B, who Aaron has had a lot of success with. They've had a lot of success together as well. 742 and a really nice maiden claiming for 20 as the jockeys are heading out. This does start the late fire 5, so be sure to play B's ticket. He just hit one on Thursday. I think it was his 17th or 18th pick 5 hit of the meet. So we've got that up on the graphics. Be sure to play that or 6 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the fourth race. This maiden at 1 mile and 70 yards. Fast track, you feel the 6. There's only one scratch. Take out the 6, All Bark, No Bite. Number 6, All Bark, No Bite is the lone scratch and change here in the maiden. Race 4 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts here at the 50-cent late pick 5. All main track hard, main track fast. 2 minutes, 2 post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5 on an all main track card. Main track fast. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden. Evan Roman with Gimmel. Gimmel, the first of 6 to move into the starting gate here. At 1 mile and 70 yards, Sammy Bermudez with Sig 45 has joined Gimmel. Alberto Burgos, Quality Dancer coming up. Yellow Red Flames with Quality Dancer. Now Mingo Meister. Be a double on the card for Mitchell Morrill. Fernando de la Cruz, Toys Troubled Hero. The turquoise silks with a white cap. One more. Rodney Prescott and 4-time started Millard's Legacy. They're in the gate. And they're off. Amigo Meister broke sharp. Toys Troubled Hero in the white helmet. Toward the inside of Sig 45 with Millard's Legacy ranging up. Gimmel and Quality Dancer as they enter the first turn. Nearest the inside is Sig 45, who's come away the early leader for Sammy Bermudez in front of Amigo Meister, who tracks. On the outside is Toys Troubled Hero running in third by a length and a half. Millard's Legacy is running in fourth, then Gimmel and Quality Dancer trails the maiden sextet as they go up the back at Sig 45. 23.63 lead seconds. Sig 45 dictates terms, leads here by 2.5. Amigo Meister and on the outside, Toys Troubled Hero, they stay second and third and right together. It's Sig 45 now just outside the half-mile pole. Millard's Legacy racing wide toward the inside, Gimmel. Gimmel at 10-1 in his 11th run, still second to last, and the trail remains Quality Dancer. Half mile for the front runner, Sig 45. 48.15 seconds. They have just over 3 furlongs to go. And Sig 45 still to track down as Toys Troubled Hero starts to gain for Fernando de la Cruz. Mitchell Morrill and Amigo Meister tries to stay on toward the inside. Sig 45 hits the quarter pole with a length lead. Gimmel is now gaining the green cap inside of Millard's Legacy, who's been wide throughout, and Quality Dancer has that gaping hole with the rail to come through. They're homeward bound 3/4, 1 minute 13.50 seconds. Sig 45 onto the gun now from Toys Troubled Hero, who's nosed in front past the 8th pole. It is Toys Troubled Hero who's just in front, leans in on Sig 45. Gimmel continues to gain. Millard's Legacy is fourth with Fernando de la Cruz. It's Toys Troubled Hero comes away to best Sig 45 by 3/4 of a length. Gimmel third and Millard's Legacy finished fourth, well cleared. .144.63 after the maiden. Unofficial 5-2-1-7. Here's the slow-mo look. 5 Toys Troubled Hero. At 5-2 first. 2 Sig 45 at 5-2 was second. 1 Gimmel. 10-1 third and 7 Millard's Legacy at 5-2 rounds out the top 4. 5-2-1-7. We trailed back to Amigo Meister and Quality Dancer. Fernando de la Cruz, the meet leader, rings up his 93rd here of the season for leading trainer Randy Klopp and owner Brock Rice. Son of Bucaro, Toys Troubled Hero, out to the maiden ranks. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, Toys Troubled Hero with the meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz. This is 93rd of the season. Toys Troubled Hero is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Bucaro. Out of the Cat Dreams mare, Jim Paul's last toy. Leading trainer Randy Klopp for owner Brock Rice. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Toys Troubled Hero. It's official. The 5-2 exacta paid $36.60. 50-cent trifecta, $31.60. The 5-5 double, $26.40. Millard's Legacy ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta, $15.80. And this pick 3 covered races 2, 3, and 4. 3 with the 5 with Toys Troubled Hero, the 5. Pick 3 pays out $16.15. 144.63, race 5, one of those taken off the turf course. Well, main track card, maiden next at 1 mile and 70 yards fast. Scratch 1, improved position. 4, justifiable steal. 5, spastic bid. Take out the 6, Leah's first. 8, do not fear. 9, it's fine. Scratch 11, Union Empress, and 14, Candle's Legacy. All main track card, thus. No Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3. Scratch the Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3. And the non-runners, the 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, and the 14, all have been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Maiden Juvenile Fillies starts the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Post time will be at 4:20. Just a quick reminder to all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis fans. Next live race card will be tomorrow, Thursday's post time at 2:10. No live racing on Friday. First floor open for simulcast wagering. No live racing on Saturday nor Sunday. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Sportsbook open now. No live racing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Thursday post time from 2:10. And they're off. Amigo Meister broke sharp. Toys Troubled Hero in the white helmet toward the inside of Sig 45 with Millard's Legacy ranging up. Gimmel and Quality Dancer as they enter the first turn. Nearest the inside is Sig 45, who's come away the early leader for Sammy Bermudez in front of Amigo Meister, who tracks. On the outside is Toys Troubled Hero running in third by a length and a half. Millard's Legacy is running in fourth. Then Gimmel and Quality Dancer trails the maiden sextet as they go up the back at Sig 45. 23.63 lead seconds. Sig 45 dictates terms. Leads here by 2.5. Amigo Meister and on the outside, Toys Troubled Hero, they stay second and third and right together. It's Sig 45 now, just outside the half-mile pole. Millard's Legacy racing wide toward the inside. Gimmel at 10-1 in his 11th run, still second to last, and the trailer remains Quality Dancer. Half mile for the front runner, Sig 45. 48.15 seconds. They have just over 3 furlongs to go. And Sig 45 still to track down as Toys Troubled Hero starts to gain for Fernando de la Cruz. Mitchell and Amigo Meister tries to stay on toward the inside. Sig 45 hits the quarter pole with a length lead. Gimmel is now gaining the green cap inside of Millard's Legacy, who's been wide throughout, and Quality Dancer has that gaping hole with the rail to come through. They're homeward bound 3/4, 1 minute 13.50 seconds. Sig 45 onto the gun now from Toys Troubled Hero, who's nosed in front past the 8th pole. It is Toys Troubled Hero who's just in front, leans in on Sig 45. Gimmel continues to gain. Millard's Legacy is 4th with Fernando de la Cruz. It's Toys Troubled Hero comes away to best Sig 45 by 3/4 of a length. Gimmel 3rd and Millard's Legacy finished
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're 10 minutes away from kicking off the Itoba Pick 4. Itoba now looking for a new secretary as well, so if you're interested in helping them out, you certainly can. Our first off-turf event of the day, 1 mile and 70 yards in here, 2-year-old fillies, all looking for their first career victory, but all of them wanted to be on a different surface. They wanted to be on the turf. We got some rain, even though we're on a fast track. The turf course still not safe, at least at this point. We'll see if we can get back on it tomorrow for the final day of the week, but my guess would be we're looking at next week. Plenty of scratches in here. The horses that remain are 2, 3, 7, 10, 12, and 13. I currently lean into the favorite right now, Shadoni, one of those horses that was entered for the turf. We didn't have any main tracks draw in or entered for this race. Homebred for Stephen Fidel, a 2-year-old filly by Gormley, who goes out for Joe Sharp. Joe Sharp took over the training duties from Austin Gustafson, and it's not very easy to move up a horse, even though Joe Sharp has success around the country. Austin Gustafson does just fine, primarily down in the southern circuits. He wins at 20%. They went for the big money over at Kentucky Downs, went off at 8-1. Had showed good speed over there, but speed is where you want to be. Didn't have much finish. Finished beaten by 5 lengths, 5th after having the lead at the 8th pole. But that was a $100,000 race. Gets a ton of class relief in here. In for a tag for the first time. We'll see if that speed that they've shown on the turf can translate to the dirt. The lone dirt start, I'm not going to say that Shadoni doesn't like the dirt by any means. A couple things were going against it. It was 5 furlongs, which is clearly too keen for this horse. They really started to improve once around 2 turns, finishing second by a head over at Lone Star, where they showed the nice ability to actually pass runners, something not many young horses can do. And then at Kentucky Downs, they showed a new element with that early speed. So Marcelino Pedroza Jr., a guy who's been our leading rider multiple times throughout his years here at Horseshoe Indy, should have his options. If they break well, he can go to the lead. If they sit off of it, they can pass horses. I'm not willing to believe this horse is only a turf animal thus far. They did stay here. They could have scratched out, and currently even money is the horse to beat for the good-looking gray daughter of Gormley in this spot. Next up is going to be Stay Beautiful for 3 Chimneys Farm. Another homebred in here, 2-year-old filly by Volado out of Light of the Nile. Jockey change in here. Get Fernando de la Cruz aboard, our leading rider, which is always a good sign. Steve Asmussen trains. He's inching in on another milestone, one of many in his career. This one debuted here, going 5 furlongs, stretches out today. Wanted to be on that turf. The mare, she's produced 1 winner from 14 starts. Only 1 of 5 have gone on to win. In fact, all of them have made the racetrack, but only 3 Colma Glen has gone on to win, and that horse won on debut at Parks. So this one trying to help the broodmare stats in here for the homebred, with Light of the Nile being the mare. But Stay Beautiful debuted on a yielding turf course, going 5 furlongs. Should improve with more ground today. We'll see how the dirt shakes out. But they are putting this one in for a tag. I know it's a homebred, and 40,000 isn't giving away by any means. But in for a tag for the first time, stretching out and staying in on the dirt. And I think this horse has been training over at Churchill, and if she couldn't run on it or wouldn't move on it, they wouldn't keep her in. So make what you want of that. 3-1 as Fernando de la Cruz gets aboard for 3 Chimneys and Stay Beautiful. But down on the inside is your first-time starter, Quince, a 2-year-old filly who drew $75,000 at the Keeneland sale. Now, if you're into car auctions or whatnot, would you ever buy a $75,000 vehicle and before you even rode it, try to sell it for $40,000? Usually that wouldn't be the best sign, and that's kind of how I view this one with this 2-year-old filly for Silverton Hill. Purchased for $75,000, in for $40,000, but you do get Joe Ramos aboard, and that's always sneaky. Kelsey Danner's been darn good here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as well, winning at 18%. The mare Union Way, she was all turf, but she's also produced some good animals as well, including if you're a degenerate like myself, paying attention to Parks on some of those other days, Game Stocks, who has banked quite a few dollars and has been as consistent as they come. So by Vino Rosso out of Union Way, even though debuting for a tag and much lower than they went for in the Keeneland sales ring, Quint certainly makes some sense in here for Silverton Hill, and they do not need a map to our winner's circle. They are plenty familiar with getting their picture taken. As Fernando de la Cruz, our leading rider this season, getting the leg up on Stay Beautiful, an off-turf event with plenty of intrigue in here. We'll see how it shakes out as we kick off the Itoba Pick 4.
The horse is called Postford now for the fifth race. This one of three taken off the turf course, all main track hard fast. Made in here at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 6. Scratch 1, improved position. 4, Justifiable Steal. 5, Spastic Bid. Take out 6, Leah's first. 8, Do Not Fear. Scratch 9, It's Fine. Take out 11, Union Empress, and 14, Candles Legacy. Scratch 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 11, and the number 14. There is, in fact, a jockey change for 3, Stay Beautiful, to Fernando de la Cruz. Now with 93 wins here this season, the meet leader, Fernando de la Cruz. On board 3, Stay Beautiful. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3 starts at the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. All main track card. No Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3 featured today. Fast track, 3 minutes. Late scratch. Late scratch on the 10. Purse Snatcher here from the maiden juvenile fillies. Number 10, Purse Snatcher, has now been ordered scratched by the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. All wagers here on 10, Purse Snatcher, those wagers will be refunds. 5 and 10 will be a consolation double. 5, 10, consolation double. Those using 10 purse snatcher and a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch 10 purse snatcher from the maiden. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile 70 yards main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First time starter Quince. Joe Ramos won our seconds of the day. Quince, the first maiden juvenile filly into the starting gate. Fernando Vera Cruz with Stay Beautiful. Jose Gutierrez Dublin drop. Late scratch on 10 purse snatcher. The 10's a non-runner. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Shadoni at 1 mile and 70 yards. Stand by. A start near. One more Sophie Doyle with KP Indicator. Fast track, here comes the 5th. They're in the gate. They're off. Stay Beautiful. Broke alertly for Fernando Vera Cruz. Right there is Dublin Drop with Stay Beautiful as they make their way into the first turn. KP Indicator toward the inside Quince, and Shadoni has dropped back toward last as they round the first turn at Stay Beautiful. With Fernando Vera Cruz, Stay Beautiful takes charge of the pace, tracked by Dublin Drop at the 6.5. Shadoni is third upon settling there for Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and Shadoni just ahead of KP Indicator and Quince. Going up the back, Stay Beautiful, Dublin Drop, Shadoni, KP Indicator, and under the hands of Joe Ramos, the first-time starter Quince. Trails the 5, making their way toward the half-mile pole. The quarter in a flat 24 seconds, Stay Beautiful. Stay Beautiful leads by 3/4 length to Dublin Drop, who stays near the front runner there for Jose Gutierrez. Shadoni comes probing up the rail. Sophie Doyle, and on the outside, KP Indicator running in 4th, and Quince remains last. It's 6 lengths from tip to tail. Stay Beautiful, it remains in charge through a half mile in just over 50 seconds. Steady as she goes, Stay Beautiful, who's now joined toward the inside by Shadoni as they round the far turn. Stay Beautiful, 3/4 length. Shadoni inside her flank. Stay Beautiful kicks for the quarter pole. With Quince running in third, dropping back was Dublin Drop, and finally KP Indicator. As these maiden 2-year-old fillies straighten away, it's Stay Beautiful with Shadoni toward the inside as they come down toward the final furlong, neck and neck. With Quince now picking them up on the outside. 3/4 in 1:15.53, and here's the newcomer by Vino Rosso. And Quince for Joe Ramos just swept past Stay Beautiful and Shadoni. Quince wins going away by 3.5 from Stay Beautiful. Shadoni finished third. 142.03 after the maiden juvenile fillies. 142.03, 2-3-12, 7 runs fourth. 2 Quince, 7-2 first. 3 Stay Beautiful, 9-5 the runner-up. 12 Shidoni at 4-5 third, and 7 Dublin Drop was fourth. KP Indicator last to 5. Hold all bets until official. Couple wins on the card for Joe Ramos. Here for Kelsey Danner, Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, Silverton Hill LLC. First timer by Vino Rosso at Union Rags Mare. Quince at 7-2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 2 Quince, running double for Joe Ramos. Race 5 official. Quince is a 2-year-old bay filly by Vino Rosso. Out of the Union Rags Mare Union Way, Kelsey Danner trains for Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton's Silverton Hill LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Quince. The 2-3 exacta paid $23.60. 50-cent trifecta, $10.20. 5-2 double and even $65. Double and drop, fourth in the maiden. 10-cent superfecta, $3.85. The pick 3, $11.85. 5-2 double paid $65. Consolation 5-10 double, $6.60. 10 per snatcher was a late veterinarian scratch. The 10 was a non-runner refunds. $1 early pick 4, $323.80. 50-cent early pick 5 returned just under $450. 5 faced the starter, 142.03 after the maiden. Race 6 of 10 carded. In the maiden juvenile filly sprint, scratch the 1, Lil Miss Touch Me Not, and the 3, Runway Showstopper. Scratch 1 and 3. For Charitable Home, a jockey changed to Joella Bornos for Charitable Home, and she's owned and trained by James Egbert. No pentafecta wagering. Race 6, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:52. They're in the gate. They're off. Stay Beautiful. Broke alertly for Fernando de la Cruz. Right there is Double and Drop with Stay Beautiful as they make their way into the first turn. KP Indicator toward the inside Quince, and Shadoni has dropped back toward last as they round the first turn at Stay Beautiful. With Fernando de la Cruz, Stay Beautiful takes charge of the pace, tracked by Double and Drop at the 6.5. Shadoni is third upon settling there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., and Shadoni just ahead of KP Indicator and Quince. Going up the back, Stay Beautiful, Double and Drop, Shadoni, KP Indicator, and onto the hands of Joe Ramos, the first-time starter Quince. Trails the 5, making their way toward the half-mile pole. The quarter in a flat 24 seconds. Stay Beautiful. Stay Beautiful leads by 3/4 length to Double and Drop, who stays near the front runner there for Jose Gutierrez. Shadoni comes probing up the rail. Sophie Doyle and on the outside, KP Indicator running in fourth, and Quince remains last. It's 6 lengths from tip to tail. Stay Beautiful, it remains in charge through a half mile in just over 50 seconds. Steady as she goes, Stay Beautiful, who's now joined toward the inside by Shadoni as they round the far turn. Stay Beautiful, 3/4 length. Shadoni inside her flank. Stay Beautiful kicks for the quarter pole. With Quince running in third, dropping back was Double and Drop, and finally KP Indicator. As these maiden 2-year-old fillies straighten away at Stay Beautiful with Shadoni toward the inside as they come down toward the final furlong neck and neck. With Quince now picking them up on the outside. 3/4 in 1:15.53, and here's the newcomer by Vino Rosso. And Quince for Joe Ramos just swept past Stay Beautiful and Shadoni. Quince wins going away by 3.5 from Stay Beautiful. Shadoni finished third.
See the state's top thoroughbreds and quarter horses compete for year-end honors in the 6th Annual Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Plus, enjoy a free cigar rolling station with those 21 years of age and older, along with handicapping contests, $3,000 mega bet wagers, winner's circle giveaways, and more. Indiana Champions Day, Saturday, October 25th at 11 a.m. More information available on our social media at HS Indy Racing, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Joe Ramos, another perfect trip, guides the firster home, broke a little bit slow, relaxed behind the rest of that field, and despite the slow fractions, made up a lot of ground and really looked good doing so. Kelsey Danner now winning at over 20% with the first-time starter. She picked her spots well, $75,000 purchase, in for a tag of 40. No one claims, get the purse money. It's an easy game sometimes. You have to love when it works out how you expect. 10 minutes away from race number 6. Scratch numbers 1 and 3 out of this event. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance on a fast main track. And I'm looking at Wakari in here, and it appears many others are as well. Currently favored at 4-5 off that 9-2 morning line, taking a ton of action, making the second career start for this 2-year-old filly for trainer Randy Klopp. Fernando de la Cruz gets in the saddle in here. Exits a very quick race. El Tinge was well meant on debut, as El Tinge and Party in the Club were 8 lengths clear of the rest of that field, and it made it look worse than it actually was, as those two kind of ran away and hid and stopped the clock in sub 106. So a very, very live maiden special weight event here on September 17th. I love that this horse had a 5 furlong gate workout going into that race, has some experience under the belt now. Fernando de la Cruz going to be aboard. There's a lot to like in here for Wakari, who just kind of broke a little bit slowly in an 11-horse field last time out and was down on the inside, kind of took back, finished with some run, but the leaders were gone. I think favorably drawn to the outside today with that experience is going to do her well, and she's going to have some pace to chase in here. Bibasita in post position number 7 and Imperial Merlot are going to set up a rapid pace in here, and Wakari should be the beneficiary of that. Now, in second is Imperial Merlot for Tony Cunningham and Joe Ramos. Ramos was aboard Wakari last time. He hops aboard Imperial Merlot. Did he have his choice? I'm not sure. Randy Klopp has been using Fernando de la Cruz a lot more recently than he did at the beginning of the season, where with Klopp it used to be just primarily Joe Ramos. But Ramos, at least on the surface, you would think, had his option between the 8 and the 5. Imperial Merlot, she kind of is what she is, at least at this point in her career. She hasn't found an ability to finish. She stops. It's just a matter of whether she's going to have a large enough lead when she stops. She's done it in each and every start. She had an excuse on debut because she acted up in the starting gate. She broke sharp, and just kind of like her works, she didn't show much finish. And then next time out, she had a huge lead, stopped badly that day, and was well beaten by El Tinge, who actually came back to beat Wakari. September 9th was probably the one that I started. It may have been her best performance, her best result. She only lost a photo finish, but that was kind of the last race where I was like, ooh, I'm not sure Imperial Merlot wants to go any further than 5 furlongs. If this race was at 5 furlongs, I think Imperial Merlot would be lone speed long gone. Now, she's going to have a big lead. She's going to be likely to open up, but she walked home that final 100 yards last time out. She was well beaten at 3 to 5. I know she lost a photo finish, but she was stopping, and when she stopped rapidly. I don't expect it to change. We have 3 documented incidences with this 2-year-old filly coming home very slowly. It's going to happen again. The question is, she's incredibly quick, and in these 2-year-old races, you want speed and you want the lead. So Imperial Merlot is going to have it, and if you enjoy having the lead, as I do, at the top of the lane, that's where you want to be, but just beware. You're going to have to buckle in and pray that final half of a mile. We'll see how it shakes out for Imperial Merlot, the speedy daughter of Sambaye today, the good-looking chestnut down here in the walking ring. The 6 is Air Sahara, another one who exits at September 17th race. Thomas Medina, Luis Contreras in here for the estate of Jim Edgar. We lost one of the best at Horseshoe Indianapolis earlier this year, and Jim Edgar bred this 2-year-old filly, and she's got some experience under her belt, and she should continue to improve. She did have a bullet workout right before that September 17th debut. She didn't take much action. El Tinge and Party in the Club took the majority of the action. She was running on late, just as number 8 was. Both of them got some experience under their belt. I mean, if you want to look at it, Wakari went off at 62 to 1 last time and is now going to be even money. Air Sahara took actually more action. Well, Wakari was 61 to 1. Air Sahara went off at 24 to 1. Now it's almost flip-flopped. Wakari's taking all the love. Air Sahara's the big price. They both have one race under their belt. I think they both have an immense amount of upside, and you can't go wrong with Thomas Medina. The man wins with everything he sends out here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 10 to 1 is a great price in their spot. Imperial Merlot, the one to catch. Wakari, the one to fear. And Air Sahara and Bibasita, those are the unknowns in this group. Let's see how it shakes out as 2-year-olds take main stage on a Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. This maiden juvenile filly sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. Scratch 1, they'll miss Touch Me Not and take out the 3, Runway Showstopper. Scratch the 1 on number 3. For Charitable Home, Joella Bornos rides the 4 Charitable Home. Debuts for owner and trainer James Egbert. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Rodney Prescott with Miss Candy Pop. Joella Bornos with Charitable Home making her bow. Charitable Home has joined Miss Candy Pop. Now Imperial Merlot. Joe Ramos with wins in races 2 and 5 on the card. Luis Contreras with Air Sahara. To Cullenback. Joseph Romero with Bebecita. 4-race maiden Bebecita and one more. Fernando de la Cruz with Wakari. She was 4th year on debut to Elting. All in line. Rough and sprinting, fast start for Bebecita and the black. Right there is Imperial Merlot. Toward the inside, Miss Candy Pop has early interest. Wakari on the far outside. Air Sahara has been sprinted back second to last in the newcomer. Charitable Home trails the maiden juvenile filly sextet as they dash past the half mile. It's Imperial Merlot who's taking up the running toward the inside now for Joe Ramos. Imperial Merlot leads as they enter the far turn. 3/4 of length. Bebecita tracks Imperial Merlot now with 3 furlongs to go. The quarter in 22.43 seconds as they round the far turn. Then toward the inside is Miss Candy Pop. On the outside is Wakari. Miss Candy Pop is 4th. Then a big break back there to Air Sahara and Charitable Home. Imperial Merlot spins them in. Has opened up a 6-length lead on Bebecita with 1 furlong left. Imperial Merlot is well clear from Bebecita, Miss Candy Pop. Wakari 4th. Then a big break back there to still Air Sahara running in 5th. They're near home. Imperial Merlot. For Joe Ramos, hat-trick of wins on the card. Imperial Merlot has scored the winning run by a half dozen lengths from Miss Candy Pop. Bebecita 3rd and Wakari finished 4th. .106.41 seconds after the maiden juvenile filly sprint. 106.41. 52785. Imperial Merlot. 6-5 first. Number 2, Miss Candy Pop at 19-1 was second. 7, Bebecita. 5-1 third, and 8, Wakari was 4th. There was no Pentafecta featured. 3 for Joe Ramos. Imperial Merlot for Tony Cunningham, the Swifty Farms homebred, daughter of Sombeye. Gets off the mark in her 4th run at 6-5. Result official. Race 6 result confirmed by the judges. 5278 official. In the Swift Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5 Imperial Merlot, a hat trick of wins on the card for Joe Ramos. Races 2, 5, and 6 for those keeping score. Imperial Merlot is a 2-year-old chestnut filly by Sombeye. Out of the Scat Daddy mare Indelible Mark, Tony Cunningham trains the Swifty Farms homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Imperial Merlot. 5-2 exacta, $51.20. 50-cent trifecta paid $39.25. 2-5 double, $21.80. There was no Grand High 5 featured. 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. Paid $31.25. Wakari back in fourth. 10-cent superfecta at $19.29. 6 ran, 106.41, 20 minutes away from race 7. And the maiden juvenile, 1 mile and 70 yards the distance, fast track. Scratch 6 strong, 7 its final. The 8, Hamunaptra, 12 Ghost Tales, and 13 Spun Legacy. Scratch the 6, 7, 8, 12, and the 13. 1 Leonardo debuts with Luis Contreras. Luis Contreras on 1, Leonardo. The 9, Come Out Tonight, the jockey Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz rides 9, Come Out Tonight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Here the 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time. Due at 5:22. Off and sprinting, fast start for Bebecita and the black. Right there is Imperial Merlot. Toward the inside, Miss Candy Pop has early interest. Wakari on the far outside. Air Sahara has been sprinted back second to last in the newcomer. Charitable Home Trails, the maiden juvenile filly sextet as they dash past the half mile. It's Imperial Merlot who's taking up the running toward the inside now for Joe Ramos. Imperial Merlot leads as they enter the far turn. 3/4 of length. Bebecita tracks Imperial Merlot now with 3 furlongs to go. The quarter in 22.43 seconds as they round the far turn. Then toward the inside is Miss Candy Pop. On the outside is Wakari. Miss Candy Pop is fourth. Then a big break back there to Air Sahara and Charitable Home. Imperial Merlot spins them in. Has opened up a 6-length lead on Bebecita with 1 furlong left. Imperial Merlot is well clear from Bebecita, Miss Candy Pop. Wakari fourth. Then a big break back there to still Air Sahara running in fifth. They're near home, Imperial Merlot. For Joe Ramos, hat trick of wins on the card. Imperial Merlot has scored the winning run by a half dozen lengths from Miss Candy Pop. Bebecita third, and Wakari finished fourth.
Back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with the upcoming 7th race. Still 4 more races to go. We've got 2 thoroughbred races remaining and then 2 quarter horse races for races 9 and 10. An action-packed Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Another race that was originally carded to be on the turf, now run at a distance of 1 mile and 70 yards on a fast main track with the surface change. Scratch 6, 7, 8, 12, and 13. You've got some first-time starters mixing in with some horses with experience. Much of that experience has come on the turf. The dirt and unknown for many in here, and I'm going to lean into a first-time starter, and this is an animal that I typically wouldn't be playing, but thanks to KentuckyBred.org with those workouts, I was able and fortunate enough to see how Come Out Tonight has been working in the mornings. Now, I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen in the mornings. We'll see if it can translate to success in the evenings. Was 20-1 on the morning line, currently 8-1, but does have 5 scratches on the board, so that certainly makes sense. Riley Mott has been far from sending his lower-end animals to Horseshoe Indianapolis. Some trainers, they send the big guns to Churchill or Saratoga, Keeneland. Riley Mott sent some good ones here, including winning at 23%. Fernando de la Cruz gets aboard. Alex Richard originally aboard. He's going to stick with post position number 14 for Cherie DeVoe, someone, to my knowledge, he has not teamed up with too often here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but our leading man gets aboard from the Comet Farm in here. Has been training consistently out of Rosalita, who was all turf, retired a maiden, but ran against some good foes. The likes of Keeneland, over at Ellis Park, Colonial, and Kentucky Downs as well. So was 0 for 5 in her career. This is the first full, could be any sort. But as I said, those workouts are very nice. Has been kicking butt in some workouts and looking very, very impressive. I like the way this one's turned out. They wanted to be on the turf. They get the dirt. I've seen the dirt workouts in 8-1. If they stay there, I think this horse is absolutely live at first asking. If he can put together what he's shown in the mornings, he's looked darn good, and that is not an overstatement. In fact, Come Out Tonight at first asking, the hammer time of the day. Let's get this single home, and let's get this 8-1 hammer home a winner in here. Hopefully we're holding the hammer versus being the nail and getting it done today, as we're 9 minutes away from race number 7. But after that, a horse with experiences west of East Texas, Orlando Mojica for Silverton Hill and Kelsey Danner. Silverton Hill, Kelsey Danner, they already won earlier today with a first-time starter. Joe Ramos guided home. This one they're going to give to Orlando Mojica. Does have experience over at Kentucky Downs in a race that turned out to be incredibly live. They debuted September 10th at Kentucky Downs. Out of that race, 2 of 3 have come back to win. Politics and Patrol Squad 6. Both won, and they did so at maiden special weight level at Churchill and at Keeneland earlier this weekend, where Patrol Squad 6 came home on the turf for Kelsey Danner, for Jose Ortiz that day. So 2 or 3 have exited that race to go on to win. It seems to be a live race. They have that experience. They stay in on the dirt, and west of East Texas could be a big player in here. Certainly looks fit as a fiddle. This 2-year-old colt is a good-looking son of West Coast. We'll see if west of East Texas can make West Coast proud in here. Currently 11-1 on the board, but your outside or outside-ish horse is Bishop's Cleave. Joe Ramos lands here for Bill Morey. This horse, even though it comes in from Belterra, gets tested for class, debuted at 5 furlongs at Belterra, which doesn't necessarily jump off the page. There's not a whole lot of Belterra runners that come over to Horseshoe Indianapolis and have a ton of success. Bill Morey sends this one out. What jumped off the page to me is that this horse on debut in a 7-horse field went off at odds on. In fact, was 3-5, 4-5, right in that range, took a ton of action. That only happens when they know this animal can run. Was an OBS sale for $50,000 in 2025. So big sales price purchase, or not big, but medium sales price purchase this season. So must have been showing something or some talent. Went off as the favorite at Belterra, actually got beat. Now comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and maybe the plan was all along to get some experience over at Belterra. That was a $14,000 purse. The bettors dove in. Now you've got a $43,000 purse for the maiden special weight level here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Make what you want of that, but do remember that she wanted to go 2 turns on the turf. they are on the dirt in here, 12-1, as Joe Ramos looking for another win in here as he looks to keep pace with Fernando de la Cruz and make it close as we come down to the wire. But I'm all about Fernando de la Cruz. And come out tonight with Riley Mott, a first-time starter who's shown talent in the mornings. We'll see if it relates to a hammer time success at 10-1 on the board as we're 6 minutes away from race number 7 and crowning another Maiden No More on a Wednesday.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. This race will be run on the main track in Plum Island, 70 yards. A field of 9 here in the maiden juvenile. Scratch the 6 Strong, 7 Its Final, the 8 Humanaptra, 12 Ghost Tales, and 13 Spun Legacy. Luis Contreras rides the 1 Leonardo. Luis Contreras on the first timer, the 1 Leonardo. 9 Come Out Tonight, Fernando de la Cruz rides 9 Come Out Tonight, making his bow. The 6, 7, 8, 12, and the 13 are the non-runners. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta. Double pick 3. 2 minutes. 2 post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start for the maiden juvenile. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Luis Contreras and the first-time starter, Leonardo. Sammy Bermudez. George's Ace was first into the gate. Leonardo has joined. Mitchell Merle. Stowe making his bow in the royal blue of Godolphin. Bishop's Cleave would be a grand slam of wins here for Joe Ramos on the card. Orlando Mexico with West of East Texas. Evan Roman Hygo. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Whatever coming up at 1 mile and 70 yards fast track. Right now, Stowe the 5-2 favorite. Whatever. One more, Candy King. Debuted at Churchill, Alex Achard for Cherie DeVoe. They're in the game. And they're off. And toward the inside, Whatever, along with George's Ace, and there's Candy King. Going for an early run now for Alex Achard. Candy King tries to head them off. It's Candy King in front of George's Ace. Whatever, orange and the blue hoops, is right there up the inside parts of the track. Tri-leaders with just inside 7 furlongs to run. Then comes High Go, black with the gold chevrons. Mitchell Merle and the Godolphin newcomer, Stowe, with the rail in the royal blue. The outside West of East Texas is also in the hunt. These are very well grouped. Stowe takes back off of heels, where Candy King is the overall leader from High Go. Making this run toward the half-mile pole, come out tonight with the newcomer Leonardo and Bishop's Cleave trails. Quarter 23.41 seconds, it's Candy King. So Candy King dictates them as they make their way toward the far turn. Candy King length and a half to High Go, who pursues. Nearest the inside, Whatever is a joint third with George's Ace. On the outside, West of East Texas making headway in the pink. And then comes Come Out Tonight with Stowe toward the inside. There's 3 furlongs to go. The trailers, Leonardo and finally Bishop's Cleave. Half mile, 47.67 seconds at the 2.5. It's Candy King with Alex Achard. Candy King going for the top of the stretch from High Go. Whatever on the outside, West of East Texas drains away in 4th. Then Come Out Tonight along with George's Ace, who has dropped back. Stowe is also well back in the field. Leonardo and Bishop's Cleave on the far outside. Top of the lane. 3/4, 1 minute 12.93 seconds. Candy King staring at one more furlong. High Go on the outside second, namely now for Evan Roman. High Go is trying to slowly cut down Candy King. Candy King tenacious. High Go game. It's down to them. It's down to a photo. Candy King repelled. High Go. It was a half-length margin. No photo in it. Whatever was third. Then Stowe with Leonardo and Bishop's Cleave. 14-11, 4-2-1, 14. Candy King, 7-2 first. Number 11, High Go, was always being kept at bay by Candy King and the maiden juvenile. The 4, Whatever. At 9-1 was third, 2 Stowe. 5-2 fourth, and 1 Leonardo. 7-1 was fifth for the Pentafecta. After Leonardo, Bishop's Cleave come out tonight, west of East Texas. Georgia's Ace. The run order 14-11, 4-2-1. Alex Achard gets on the Wednesday score sheet. A Cherie DeVoe victory. It's Candy King at 7-2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 14, Candy King draws in to win with Alex Achard. Candy King is a 2-year-old bay gelding by Twirling Candy. Out of the first defense mare, Lady Subi, trained by Cherie DeVoe. For Victory Racing Partners of Anthony Bartolo and others. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Candy King, a maiden winner at second asking. Result official. The 14-11 exacta paid $61.20, 50-cent trifecta, $104.25. 5 and 14 was the double on races 6 and 7, $22 even. 10-cent superfecta paid $82.57. Stowe ran fourth. With Leonardo fifth, the 10-cent Pentafecta paid $356.33. 50-cent pick 3 worth $40.50. $144.57 was the official running time for the 1 mile and 70 yards after the maiden juvenile. 144.57 the final. On to race 8 we go of 10 carded. This one of 3 taken off the turf course here. Main track over the mile and a 16th. Race 8, scratch 3, State of Joy. 5, Spotty Showers. 6, Swan House. 9, Razzle Red. 10, Purring. Scratch 11, Princess Buttercup. 12, Sheila's Lion. 15, Birdie Rose. And 16, Star Blessing. Once again, mile and a 16th, main track fast. Scratch from the next one. The 3-5, 6-9, 10, 11, 12, 15, and 16 are all of the non-runners. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta, double, and pick 3. Post time will be at 5:53. And they're off. Enter the inside, whatever, along with Georgia's Ace, and there's Candy King going for an early run now for Alex Ishard. Candy King tries to head them off. It's Candy King in front of Georgia's Ace. Whatever, orange and the blue hoops, is right there up the inside parts of the track. Tri-leaders with just inside 7 furlongs to run. Then comes High Go, black with the gold chevrons. Mitchell Morrill and the Godolphin newcomer, Stowe, with the rail in the royal blue. The outside west of East Texas is also in the hunt. These are very well grouped. Stowe takes back off of heels, where Candy King is the overall leader from High Go. Making this run toward the half-mile pole, come out tonight with the newcomer Leonardo and Bishop's Cleave trails. Quarter 23.41 seconds, it's Candy King. So Candy King dictates them as they make their way toward the far turn. Candy King, length and a half to High Go, who pursues. Nearest the inside, whatever, is a joint third with Georgia's Ace. On the outside, west of East Texas, making headway in the pink. And then comes Come Out Tonight with Stowe toward the inside. There's 3 furlongs to go. The trailers, Leonardo, and finally Bishop's Cleave. Half mile, 47.67 seconds at the 2.5. It's Candy King with Alex Ishard. Candy King going for the top of the stretch from High Go. Whatever on the outside, west of East Texas, strains away in 4th. Then Come Out Tonight along with Georgia's Ace, who has dropped back. Stowe is also well back in the field. Leonardo and Bishop's Cleave on the far outside. Top of the lane. 3/4, 1 minute 12.93 seconds. Candy King staring at one more furlong. High Go on the outside second, namely now for Evan Roman. High Go is trying to slowly cut down Candy King. Candy King, tenacious. High Go game. It's down to them. It's down to a photo. Candy King repelled. High Go. It was a half-length margin. No photo in it. Whatever was third.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we've reached the final thoroughbred event of the day, but have no fear, still another pick 3, 2 more daily doubles. Martha set to give you a couple of winners. In fact, I can almost guarantee she'll give more winners than I have today with this off-turf action we've had here at Horseshoe Indy. That race, they went merry-go-round. The top 2 never stopped. We'll see if it plays out that way again, as this time the girls take the main stage. 3-year-olds and upwards run for a nice allowance person here. A couple of scratches to go over. Scratch numbers 3, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, and 16. Do note that the outside runners will not only run, but going to be on the top of my ticket, Cicerto. And also eligible 13 and 14 do get in. Cicerto goes out for Berger Racing Stables. Bob Dobbs and Berger Racing trying to team up in here with this 4-year-old filly by Mineshaft, who's as consistent as the day is long. 12 for 16 in the top 3. She's banked over $137,000 as an Indiana bred taking on Open Company in here, which is always a tall task. You've also got Brittany's Golden Faith in post position number 7 as well. So it has been done, and has been done with success. In fact, this one has taken on Open competition in 2 of her last 4 races. Now, she hasn't necessarily found the winner's circle against Open Company. She's done so 3 times that I can see on the page in her last 12 races. She was only beaten by a length by Royal Justice last time out. The first start off of a lengthy layoff, only beaten by a length at 24-1. Now she gets back to potentially her preferred surface. I know most of her earnings have come on the main track. She has had success on the turf as well. So I'd like to think that she's going to appreciate being back on the dirt. Second start off the layoff. She should be much more fit today. She's taken on Open Company and run very well. She lost to Tiz Bayou, ran second against Open competition on a sloppy main track, and that was a day in which she made a good run. But Tiz Bayou, the leader, was simply gone that day and had too much ground to make up. She's beaten Brittany's Golden Faith in the past. I think 7-2 is a fair price. A horse who should improve. Second start off the layoff. It's been a little bit of a time since she's won, though. She hasn't won since November 14th, 2024. So we are coming up on a year since she's won. She's got tactical speed. She certainly does not need the lead, but she's far from a deep one-run closer. I think Evan Roman's going to try and put her in a position to be in that second flight. Maybe they'll go to the lead, but breaking from post position number 14, even with all of these scratches, they certainly don't want to be hung out 5 or 6 wide. So I think they're in a perfect world. Someone clears off and they land right in that second tier and try and make a run of it late. 7-2 on the board, very fair priced for your Indiana bred against Open competition. But Evelyn Louise for Vicky Oliver gets Walter Rodriguez. He sticks around for the final thoroughbred race of the evening, and he's done so and picked his spots very nicely. He's winning at 20%. This one a homebred for Humphrey Watts, and 3-year-old filly, Gray Filly by Caravaggio, has 1 win from 8 starts on the page. She's had success on the turf primarily. She did stay in an off-turf event early on in her career, earlier this summer, in which she ran 3rd, and I thought pretty highly of it. I usually don't upgrade, off-turf events or whatnot. In fact, most of the time I downgrade them on the way back, but this one should be fresh. They stay in the race. They ran 3rd, evenly around behind Spanker Boom last time out, and they had a sneaky amount of trouble in that race. They kind of had an awkward beginning. They were somewhat wide, even though it was a 5-horse field. They never got an opportunity to truly tuck in, and it was also the first time taking on winners. So they really had a lot of built-in excuses that day for Evan Louise, and if they really, truly wanted and needed to be on the turf, they would have just scratched out of it. She's been training well over at Keeneland, gets some class relief here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Should be the freshest of them all in here, and if Walter Rodriguez has a belief, then I do as well. 8-1 on the board. More than fair on Evelyn Louise. But your inside runner's taking all the love. Painted Desert for Godolphin. The 3-year-old filly by Medaglia d'Oro out of Sky Painter is royally bred. 4 for 6 in the exacta. Her best races came recently here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on the dirt, in which she was entered on the dirt. It was just kind of a new thing that they tried the turf last time out on August 26th. She was set to go to the turf again today. Usually you can follow the money with her when it comes in. She runs well. When it doesn't come in, she hasn't run very well. She went off at 5-2, which is chilly for that barn here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and she frankly did not run a step here on July 12th, and they tried the turf last time out. Ran good at 10-1, but when she won, she was favored with Fernando de la Cruz aboard. Pedrosa's been aboard the last 3 times. And on her best day, I think she wants to be right near the lead, kind of right where Cicerto wants to be, frankly. And I think they're going to be tracking, maybe not need the lead, but breaking from the inside. They might be the quickest of them all, and they're going to want to hold that position into the first turn. Turf to dirt in play for Painted Desert, getting all of the love in here. The daughter of Sky Painter, who is all turf in her career, also a half-sibling to Wet Paint. You may have heard of the $1.3 million earning Wet Paint. This mare's been good to Godolphin. We'll see if the Godolphin Blue comes home to scoring here with Painted Dessert. But I'm about Cicerto, the Indiana bred, facing Open Company as they head out for race 8 at the Shoe.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. This is one of the 3 taken off the turf course here. It's been an all-main track hard fast. Over the mile and a 16th scratch, the 3 State of Joy, 5 Spotty Showers, 6 Swan House. Take out the 9 Razzle Red, 10 Purring. Scratch number 11, Princess Buttercup, 12 Sheila's Lion, 15 Birdie Rose, and 16 Star Blessing. The 3-5, 6-9, 10-11, 12, 15, and the 16 are all the non-runners. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta, double final pick 3 featured, Fast Track, and drawing closer to a start. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile and 16th main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Painted Desert. Here's Brittany's Golden Faith the mare. Alex Achard riding for a double. Walter Rodriguez with Evelyn Louise. Here's Joe Ramos on top of McLaughlin. McLaughlin's in. Spun up, Jose Gutierrez has a win on the card. Spun up, going in. Sophie Doyle with Steampunk. Spun up, joins. Over the mile and 16th, one more. Evan Roman with Cicerto. Feature of the day here, the Renegade. They're off. Cicerto springs right into action for Evan Roman. Toward the inside, Evelyn Louise. They're spun up in the red cap. Painted Desert settles with McLaughlin, Steampunk, and the 5-year-old five-time winner, Brittany's Golden Faith, has drifted back toward last as they enter the first turn. It's Cicerto. So Cicerto crossed and cleared in a nifty early move and leads these fillies a mare to the back. Tracking Cicerto is spun up, was running second by a length and a half more. Evelyn Louise third against the rail. Then comes Painted Desert, who's fourth upon settling for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. in the Godolphin Blue. Brittany's Golden Faith near the inside part of the track there for Alex Achard, Steampunk, and McLaughlin. Quarter 24.12 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole, Cicerto. Cicerto dictates the field and leads spun up, who remains in pursuit there for Jose Gutierrez. Walter Rodriguez and Evelyn Louise third. Evenly so far, they have inside a half mile to run. Brittany's Golden Faith looking to make headway with the rail. On the outside is Painted Desert, then comes Steampunk and McLaughlin's last. Half mile for the leader, Cicerto. 47.80 seconds. Cicerto inside 3 to go. Cicerto 3/4 length to spun up as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Evelyn Louise, Brittany's Golden Faith. On the outside, Painted Desert is hard pressed as McLaughlin is building momentum, and McLaughlin coming with a sweep now. The trailer is Steampunk. They're homeward bound after 3/4 in 1 minute 12.60 seconds. Evelyn Louise scoots through inside of Cicerto in a final furlong clash. Here's McLaughlin, who's let loose now, and Brittany's Golden Faith right with McLaughlin. Evelyn Louise is just in front. They're near home with Walter Rodriguez. Evelyn Louise sharply by 2. McLaughlin rallied to be second for Brittany's Golden Faith. Cicerto fourth, and spun up finished fifth, well ahead. $145.70 after the feature of the day. We're standing by for the full run order from the judges. On the slow-mo, Evelyn Louise over McLaughlin, who came with a run. Brittany's Golden Faith. Cicerto set the early pace, spun up fifth, and the others were well beaten. 2.87, the 14 runs fourth, and the 4 was fifth. Evelyn Louise up the rail for Walter Rodriguez. Takes out the feature, the daughter of Caravaggio. For Victoria Oliver, the G. Watts Humphrey Jr. homebred, Evelyn Louise was 5 to 1. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The stewards have called for an inquiry into the top of the stretch. The inquiry concerns the unofficial winner. In addition to the stewards' inquiry, trainer's objection. Cipriano Contreras, trains 4, spun up. The trainer of the 5th place horse, spun up, has claimed foul against Walter Rodriguez on 2, Evelyn Louise, the unofficial winner, alleging interference upon turning for home. This is a steward's inquiry, trainer's objection. Again, recapping, Cipriano Contreras, trains 4, spun up, ran 5th. The trainer of the 5th place filly is claiming foul against, here's Walter Rodriguez. And the green and white diamonds, the trainer's objection, alleging interference, turning for home. Hold all tickets, unofficial, as 2-8, 7-14 in the 4. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Upon review of the top of the stretch, the stewards have made a disqualification. A trainer's objection has been upheld. There was an inquiry into the top of the stretch run, and the stewards have disqualified number 2, Evelyn Louise, from 1st, and will place that filly 5th for coming out and bumping, causing interference with the 4, spun up upon turning for home. There was an inquiry into the running at the top of the stretch and a trainer's objection. That trainer's objection has been upheld, and after an inquiry, 2, Evelyn Louise, has been disqualified from 1st and placed 5th for interference with her filly rival. The 4 spun up. After the disqualification, number 8, McLaughlin, placed first. The 7, Brittany's Golden Faith, placed second. The number 14, Cicerto, placed third. Number 4, Spun Up, has been placed fourth. And number 2, Evelyn Louise, disqualified from first and placed fifth for interference with the number 4, Spun Up, upon turning for home. 8-7, 14-4, and the 2 placed fifth. Joe Ramos to cap off a 4-win day. Here for Chris Davis and Walmart Farm. McLaughlin stays around to 6 o'clock and wins. Result official. The 8-7 exacta paid $90.80. 50-cent trifecta, $90.75. 14 and 8 was the double, $154 even. 10-cent superfecta, Spun Up, was placed fourth, $82.12. The 50-cent pick 3, $96.40. Result in on the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by iToba. Pays on 404 for $1,058.50. With the 2, Evelyn Louise, disqualified from first and placed fifth, completes the pentafecta now. 8-7, 14-4-2, $396.14. And the 50-cent late pick 5 on 5 of 5 paid $3,518. $145.70 was the final. "14 minutes away from the first of 2 quarter horse stakes on the agenda. The Sterling Bertram Memorial over the 400 yards, fast track. No changes in the Sterling Bertram Memorial. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time, 6:25. They're off. Cicerto springs right into action for Evan Roman. Toward the inside, Evelyn Louise. They're Spun Up in the red cap. Painted Desert settles with McLaughlin, Steampunk, and the 5-year-old 5-time winner, Brittany's Golden Faith, has drifted back toward last as they enter the first turn. It's Cicerto. So Cicerto crossed and cleared in a nifty early move and leads these fillies a mare to the back. Tracking Cicerto is Spun Up, was running second by a length and a half more. Evelyn Louise third against the rail. Then comes Painted Desert, who's fourth upon settling for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. in the Godolphin Blue. Brittany's Golden Faith near the inside part of the track there for Alex Achard, Steampunk, and McLaughlin. Quarter 24.12 seconds, making this run toward the half-mile pole, Cicerto. Cicerto dictates the field and leads Spun Up, who remains in pursuit there for Jose Gutierrez. Walter Rodriguez and Evelyn Louise third. Evenly so far, they have inside a half mile to run. Brittany's Golden Faith looking to make headway with the rail. On the outside is Painted Desert, then comes Steampunk and McLaughlin's last. Half mile for the leader, Cicerto. 47.80 seconds. Cicerto inside 3 to go. Cicerto 3/4 length to Spun Up as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Evelyn Louise, Brittany's Golden Faith. On the outside, Painted Desert is hard pressed as McLaughlin is building momentum, and McLaughlin coming with a sweep now. The trailer is Steampunk. They're homeward bound after 3/4 in 1 minute 12.60 seconds. Evelyn Louise scoots through inside of Cicerto in a final furlong clash. Here's McLaughlin, who's let loose now, and Brittany's Golden Faith right with McLaughlin. Evelyn Louise is just in front. They're near home with Walter Rodriguez. Evelyn Louise sharply by 2. McLaughlin rallied to be second for Brittany's Golden Faith. Cicerto fourth, and Spun Up finished fifth. Well, after some high drama in the Fillies and Mares feature of the day, going to McLaughlin. Wednesdays are for winning for all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors. After McLaughlin's victory, Zachary Roberts picking up the $100 top prize. In today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors, Brendan Henderson getting the silver medal and $75, and William Moore getting the bronze and $25 after today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors. Every Wednesday, pick your way to the $2,000 final here on the closing week of the meet. Congratulations to Zachary Roberts picking up the $100 top prize in today's edition of Racing Rachel's Warriors.
Well, on this gorgeous afternoon at Horseshoe Indianapolis, we're pleased to present not just one, but two stakes for quarter horses, registered Indiana-bred quarter horses. It's been an exciting year for us. It gets better and better. The purses grow every year. The quality is phenomenal. So our first feature is going to be the 17th running of the Sterling Bertram Memorial Stakes. This year's final purse is $129,000. That's risen considerably through all the runnings, so it's exciting to see this kind of money being offered for 3-year-old registered Indiana breds. Trials were run on September 15th to determine the 10 fastest qualifiers, and that fastest qualifier has been phenomenal this year. That's number 3, Apolitical Mission. He won his trial in 19.999 seconds. The only horse in the both, I think it was both trials, that had completed the 400 yards in less than 20 seconds. So looking forward to a huge afternoon from him. He's basically already won 4 of his 6 starts this year, 6 races total for his breeder, and that's the Harrison family. They own and bred the son of the Transmission, and of course you've got Rolando Pena riding for leading trainer Tim Eggleston, who actually qualified for this final banner year for the Eggleston barn and his team. So that's my top choice on top, number 3, Apolitical Mission. Okay, let's go next to number 7, and that's WRS. My name is Rip, who posted the second fastest, clocking 20.037 seconds. This horse has been pretty darn good for Williams Racing Stables, who own and bred this son of Tarzanito. Big win at the end of last year, taking the 2024 Miss Roxy Little Futurity. And this horse is, just really doing well now in the barn of Tim Eggleston, this striking black gelding, just a gorgeous animal. Leading rider Eduardo Diaz is going to have the call for the Eggleston barn. Can't really acknowledge the Williams Racing Stables too much. They've been incredible over the years in breeding and racing. Really, really solid quarter horses. And Rip has already won almost $180,000 a lifetime. So I know great effort in that trial and could be another big one this afternoon. We'll go next and talk about trainer Claudio Barazza, who's actually qualified 2 for this final. I'm going to take a look first at number 1, Zuman Feature, a son of Jess Zuman, who was 3rd in the 117,000 QHRAI Derby, and 2nd in a previous Derby that we held here, the Harley Green Derby. So this is a horse that has probably done a lot better in his 3-year-old campaign than as a juvenile, but he wasn't bad there as well. Claudio is bringing in AQHA champion rider James Flores. He was the one that got that coveted award for quarter horse jockeys back in 2019. And Tammy Knox, who does such a great job with our notes, said he's flying in, well, not just in a term of speech, he actually flies his own plane to go from racetrack to racetrack. So a pilot, great pilot in the air and in the saddle. James Flores will ride the Zuman Feature from the rail. Should be very good, an interesting part of the race. And then Claudio has another contender. That's number 2, Paradise Beach. It's Sherry Miller's homebred son of Escondido Beach, the all-time leading quarter horse stallion in Indiana. And Paradise Beach has been really good this year. Actually ran in the same trial as Apolitical Mission. I've always said if you get beat by a horse that is almost unbeatable, that can go in different ways. So Paradise Beach will draw right next to him, which is interesting. A lot of really quality racehorses, thoroughbreds and quarter horses, they love to be drawn next to the strongest competitor and see what they can do. And this is a filly. So she was the 4th fastest qualifier. We'll see how she does. For leading quarter horse owners, Campos Family Ventures. So my top 4, 3, 7, 1, 2, but because we have a nice full field, we'll throw in a nice long shot for the quarter horse Pentafecta. That would be the far outside post, number 10, Drinkin' at Cartel Bar. Runner up in the Blue River Derby for trainer Tony Cunningham. She's a filly by 5 Bar Cartel. I think she'd be a worthy addition for this great race. It's going to be a super exciting final. We'll look forward to watching that. Rachel will interview the winning connections, and then I'll be back to preview our final race of the day, the 81,000 Hoosier Park Classic.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 9th race. The first of our 2 quarter horse stakes here to cap off the day. Race 9 over the 400 yards for the Sterling Bertram Memorial. All 10 run here in the final. Presenting the field, the one is Zoom In Feature. James Flores rides for Claudio Barraza, trains for Campos Family Ventures LLC. Number 2, Paradise Beach with Fernando Morin, trained by Claudio Barraza, also for Campos Family Ventures LLC, Black Cap for Paradise Beach. Number 3, Apolitical Mission, Rolando Pina back on board for Tim Eggleston and owner Philip R. Harrison. Number 4, HF Just Reno with Christian Esqueda. Tim Eggleston trains for owner Robert A. Ray. Number 5, AP Political Patriot, Francisco Quintero riding for Oscar Preciado. Number 6, DNA Dells winner with Diego Bocanegra, conditioned by Natasha Perez for DNA Quarter Horses LLC. Number 7, WRS My Name is Rip, as the meets leading quarter horse jockey this season. Eduardo Luna Diaz up for leading quarter horse conditioner Tim Eggleston, the Williams Racing Stables homebred. Number 8 is Louisiana in Love. German Rodriguez rides and trains for Keith Bodie and Quarter Shots Stables LLC. Number 9, Beach First. Leonardo Rodriguez here for Tim Eggleston and owner Greg Ferris. And number 10, Drinking at a Cartel Bar with Danny Martinez. Conditioned by Tony Cunningham, who has a thoroughbred win on the card. This 4-time winner postword for Brian J. Elmore and Duke Racing LLC. The field for the Sterling Bertram Memorial. The final over the 400 yards, fast track, exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, start of the late double. 10th race with the Hoosier Park Classic over the 400 yards. No changes there. Get your wagers in for the Sterling Bertram Memorial. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Sterling Bertram Memorial. Zoom in feature first in. Paradise Beach. Like zoom in feature, both here for Claudio Barraza and Campos Family Ventures. Paradise Beach with the black cap. Apolitical Mission uses a flipping halter, 4 to 5. Apolitical Mission. HF Just Reno coming forward. Louisiana in Love has been loaded into the starting gate. AP Political Patriot. Now DNA Dale's winner to post 6. WRS, my name is Rip. This meets leading quarter horse jockey Eduardo Luna Diaz. Tim Eggleston tops the quarter horse conditioners ranks. Beach first, another here for Tim Eggleston. Over the 400 yards, fast track for the first of our 2 quarter horse stakes here to cap off the card, and one more. Drinking at a cartel bar, Danny Martinez, Tony Cunningham has a thoroughbred victory on the day. Here's Drinking at a Cartel Bar, Apolitical Mission, 4 to 5 favorite, all in line. Ready? WRS, my name is Rip, getting fidgety. Set. They're off in the Sterling Bertram Memorial. Fast start for zoom in feature nearest the inside parts of the track past the 3:30. Here comes a charge from AP Political Patriot with DNA Dale's winner also gaining on the far outside, trying to get involved. Beach first and Drinking at a Cartel Bar, but it's AP Political Patriot and Francisco Quintero in a blowout score. Second close, Beach first with Drinking at a Cartel Bar, then Louisiana in Love with DNA Dale's winner, and nearest the inside was zoom in feature. Number 5, AP Political Patriot at 19 to 1. Here's the slow-mo. 5, AP Political Patriot. Nice margin of victory. Second close. Photo. DNA Dell's winner was next with Louisiana Love, Zoom in Feature, and Apolitical Mission. Well beaten here, the Sterling Bertram Memorial by AP Political Patriot. Blows them out at 19 to 1. Francisco Quintero for Oscar Preciado. Result of the photograph, finishing second was number 9, Beach first, a nose over the 10, Drinking at a Cartel Bar third. 1 Zoom and Feature fourth, and the 6 DNA Dell's winner was fifth. 19.751, 5.9 after photos. The 10 Drinking at a Cartel Bar third over Zoom and Feature and DNA Dell's winner fifth. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 5, AP Political Patriot. Under the hands of Francisco Quintero. AP Political Patriot is a 3-year-old. Sorrel gelding by EOS A Political Win. Out of the Game Patriot mare, she's a real patriot. The winner bred here in the Hoosier State by Oscar Preciado. A victory all around for the breeder, owner, and trainer. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of AP Political Patriot. Results in, we'll have a pentafecta carryover. And that carryover will be on the quarter horse final dash of the day on Thursday's program to wrap up the race week for a quarter horse pentafecta carryover. That's on to Thursday's nightcap. 5-9 exacta paid $232.60 50-cent trifecta, $400.40. Pick 3 502.40. The 8-5 double $344 even. 10-cent superfecta, zoom in feature fourth, returned $311.52. Winners presentation after the running of the Sterling Bertram Memorial. The final taken out by AP Political Patriot, Francisco Quintero giving Oscar Preciado all the spoils. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of AP Political Patriot, clock 19.751 seconds. 10th race, the Hoosier Park Classic, caps off the card over the 400 yards, no changes in the Hoosier Park Classic. Exacta and trifecta wagering, post time 6:51. Upset, but a clear-cut victory for AP Political Patriot in the Sterling Bertram Memorial. And of the winning connections, join Racing Rachel next.
The Sterling Bertram vinyl goes to AP Political Patriot, and we've got Oscar over here, Prasado, who's going to talk. But Francisco, walk us through the race.
Sabes de que cuando yo sentí el caballo en la pera lo sentí muy relajado, entonces cuando lo monté sentí que se sentía muy bien. Anduvo caminando todo relajado, entramos a las puertas, escuchó un poquito ruido, pero quiso mover, pero cuando abrieron las puertas él corrió con todo su corazón.
Yep, he was saying that when he felt him in the paddock, he could tell he was really calm. He was nice and gentle. When he got into the gates, he was a little bit shaky, but he was able to calm him down. And then as soon as the gates opened, he just took off and came all the way to the wire.
All right, well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
De nada. Okay, Oscar, this is the trainer, breeder, owner, and trainer, and you guys have had some success with him before. Nobody really bet him today, 19-1. I'm sure you're super excited.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, he's been racing well on his trials. Just the finals, he just didn't have that great of luck. But today, he pulled everything together.
Were you worried about that 10 flying on the outside? I was like...
Yep. I saw him coming in towards the last 50, and I'm like, just don't catch up. Just don't catch up.
How many times does that happen? We're sitting here and the 10 comes flying.
Right through, yep.
Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much.
All right, you guys, that's Oscar Preciado and Francisco Quintero, who just won aboard AP Political Patriot in the Sterling Bertram. We got another quarter horse stakes coming up. Martha is standing by to talk to you about it. Good luck.
They're off in the Sterling Bertram Memorial. Fast start for zoom in feature nearest the inside parts of the track past the 3:30. Here comes a charge from AP Political Patriot with DNA. Dale's winner also gaining on the far outside, trying to get involved. Beach first and drinking at a cartel bar, but it's AP Political Patriot and Francisco Quintero in a blowout score. Second close, Beach first with drinking at a cartel bar, then Louisiana in Love with
Well, we have one more to go, and it's a gem. It's the running of the 81,100 Hoosier Park Classic for registered Indiana-bred quarter horses, 4-year-olds and up. And we've got some of the top quarter horses that have ever run at Horseshoe Indianapolis, so you are in for a treat. My top choice is a horse that I have followed since he was a 2-year-old, and it's the incomparable number 4, Mr. Michael. He's going for his 17th lifetime win. Bred by Mark Michael, he's now a 6-year-old son of Kiss My Hawks, and he's not showing any signs of wearing down or getting older. Age is just a number with this legendary racehorse, who's now the all-time leading Indiana-bred quarter horse with earnings of over $660,000. Okay, you haven't seen him yet this season because he was testing the waters at Remington Park, where he ran and won 2 of 3 stakes efforts down there. He finished 4th in the 1 million Debbie Schaff Invitational, and the winner of that gets an automatic berth into the $750,000 Champion of Champions at Los Alamitos. I think that was their goal. A little disappointing that he didn't get there, but he's coming back to us, and we're thrilled to have him. Claudio Barazza is his trainer, and the horse is just unbelievable. He's brought in James Flores to ride this incomparable champion. So that's my top pick, number 4, Mr. Michael. All right, let's go next to a horse that is in unbelievable form this year at Horseshoe Indy, and that's number 3, Streaking Down the Beach. Won his last 3 for Tim Eggleston, who we've noted on many occasions is the leading quarter horse trainer here, just towering above his rivals with wins from so many incomparable horses. This is a 5-year-old gelding by Habit Secret. He's going to break to the inside of Mr. Michael, which will be pretty darn exciting, the two of them squaring off. James Flores is going to vie with our leading quarter horse jockey this season, Eduardo Diaz. And I'll tell you what, Eggleston's horses are tough. Mr. Michael's tough. I'm going to be holding my breath for the entire 20 seconds, maybe less than 20 seconds for sure, with these two breaking side by side. All right, we'll go next to another quality runner, and that's a mare, Tatcha Secret, number 5. She has been exceptional for her connections for Duke Racing and Ricardo Martinez. Since she was a 2-year-old, I mean, she's now amassed earnings of $444,000, and she did have a win over Mr. Michael in the 2024 Bob Woodard Stakes. 7 victories at 400 yards, so she's a really, really classy quality race mare. We'll see how she does when she takes on these top 2, and well, anybody in the field is worthy of competition, but Tatcha Secret is a very special race mare. And I'll round out my top 4 with number 1, AP Miss Luna's Tide, 4-year-old mare by Riptide. Now, she's tested the waters with several of these, but she hasn't been able to come up on top. But I've got to tell you, owner-trainer Oscar Preciado has done very well with his stock. He doesn't have the number of horses in the barn that Tim Eggleston does, but he's had some stakes winners and some very good ones at that. So 4-3-5-1 for me. Good luck to everybody. Enjoy this marvelous race, and we'll be back tomorrow to close out the Thursday card with one more quarter horse race.
horses coming onto the track for the 10th race, the Hoosier Park Classic, to close out the card at 400 yards. Fast track, no changes. Here they are. The one is AP Miss Luna's Tide. Francisco Quintero going for a double after the Sterling Bertram Memorial win for Oscar Preciado. Number 2, Jessa Riot, has the services of Danny Martinez, riding here for Claudio Perazza and breeder owner Ted J. Harpold. Number 3, Streaking Down the Beach with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Tim Eggleston trains for Buddy Presley. Number 4, Mr. Michael, 16-time winner, has bankrolled in excess of $660,000. Here to ride, James Flores, trained by Claudio Perazza now for owner Alberto Valadez. And number 5, here's the mare, Tacha's Secret. Fernando Morin riding for Ricardo Martinez. And the white, blue diamonds on the sleeves for Duke Racing LLC. 5 of them, 42 wins between them. Fast track, exacta trifecta post time, near for the Hoosier Park Classic. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Hoosier Park Classic. Arriving down at the start, now they're going in. Danny Martinez, Jessa Riot uses a flipping halter. James Flores with Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael has joined Jessa Riot. AP Miss Luna's tied. Would be a double for Francisco Quintero, teaming with Oscar Preciado. 2 back. Eduardo Luna Diaz was streaking down the beach. 1 more. Fernando Mora with the mare Tacha Secret. As the sun sets on the card, they're in the gate. They're off in the Hoosier Park Classic, and Jessa Riot bumped into AP Miss Luna's tied here, streaking down the beach, who leads the field with 42 wins between them, 220 yards to go. Streaking down the beach, Jessa Riot, AP Miss Luna's tied drops away. Mr. Michael's coming with a charge, and the mare Tacha Secret over here on the stand side rail. Tacha Secret is surging. Tacha Secret on the outside. Tacha Secret blows past to win the Hoosier Park Classic from Mr. Michael, with Jessa Riot streaking down the beach, defeated in this stakes today, and AP Miss Luna's tied. The mare beats the boys. Five, 4, 2, 3, 5. Tacha Secret. 2-1 first. The 4, Mr. Michael. Here at 3-5 was the runner-up in the Hoosier Park Classic. 2, Jessa Riot. She runs third to complete the trifecta. Streaking down the beach 4th, and AP Miss Luna's tied was last to 5. She's taken out the Hoosier Park Classic. Tacha Secret. Fernando Moran for Ricardo Martinez at Duke Racing. Victory with the now 12-time winner, Tacha Secret in the Hoosier Park Classic over Mr. Michael. The 10th race, Hoosier Park Classic official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 5, Tacha Secret with Fernando Morin. She's a 5-year-old sorrel mare by Habit Secret. The PYC Paint Your Wagon mare, Sintacha's Angel, the now 12-time winner, trained by Ricardo Martinez for Duke Racing LLC of Chris Duke et al. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the Hoosier Park Classic winner, Tacha Secret. Final results in 5-4 exacta, $10.40, 50 cent. Pick 3, final pick 3 of the day. 8 with the 5 with Tacha Secret, the 5, returned $364. Jessa Riot was third. 50 cent trifecta, $10.65, 5-5 double, paid $221.60. Winners presentation coming up after the Hoosier Park Classic of 2025. along with Director of Racing and Racing Secretary Chris Polson and his assistant here, Chris Kamak. Winner's presentation to the connections of this talented mare, Tatcha's Secret. She's now a 12-time winner and takes out the Hoosier Park Classic of 2025. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races, and cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card, well, that's tomorrow to wrap up the 4-day stretch. Post time on Thursday will be at 2:10. That'll do it for me from the broadcast booth today. Track announcer John G. Dooley, but keep it right here. Coming up, the post-race show with none other than Racing Rachel.
Well, this is about the 6th probably time or 5th or something that I've talked to you about this mare. She is so talented, and it's not like she's going up against some really nice horses, and she kind of got smushed last time, I like to call it. But what an effort today, Ricardo.
Yeah, she's actually been in the edge since last time. She's a little different. Yeah. She's just being anxious, and maybe because she got bumped or whatever, but I don't know. Well,
yeah, us ladies, we don't like to be messed with, so
right.
Now she's a little shy, huh?
Yeah, she's just a queen. That's all she is.
The best ones are a little temperamental, right? All right, well, Chris Duke et al. Owns this, which is a group, and this is Chris' father. So tell us how excited you guys are today with the win.
Super excited. That's really a tough field of horses, and to be able to beat them, that was awesome. But she's just so awesome. She just gives it every time.
Yes, she does. She's so talented. Vicky, don't cry.
I'm about ready to. She's just special, and he's special too. And that's the horse is more special than any of us.
Yes, that's true. That's so true. Every time I interview this lady, she cries. All right, you guys, that was a really nice win for Tatcha's Secret here. What a wonderful night of racing. A couple of very, very nice stakes races. The Hoosier Park Classic here. I had to look. That's $81,000 added. So very excited for you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, you guys. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
They're off in the Hoosier Park Classic, and Jessa Riot bumped into AP Miss Luna's Tide here, streaking down the beach, who leads the field with 42 wins between them, 220 yards to go. Streaking down the beach, Jessa Riot, AP Miss Luna's Tide drops away. Mr. Michaels coming with a charge of the mare Tatcha's Secret over here on the stand side rail. Tatcha's Secret is surging. Tatcha's Secret on the outside. Tatcha's Secret blows past to win the Hoosier Park Classic from Mr. Michael with Jessa Riot.